set the rhythm for a great day. Look for Cheerios Oat Crunch Almond in your local grocery store.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Monte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. I just want to hear the beat for a second. Catch my breath. Monster Monday was electric. First of all, I want to thank the callers, the listeners. YouTube was on fire yesterday. Absolute fire.
Yeah, we set records yesterday.
Yeah, Twitch, brought to you by Xfinity, was humming. We had a lot to talk about when it came to the Niners-Packers game. We'll dive back into it. We're going to open it up, though, today. We got Giants and Diamondbacks. We got some bad news for the Giants. We got good news for the Giants. We got some bad news. We had Warriors Media Day yesterday, which we attended.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to the Andrew Wiggins stuff because we've been to one show that hasn't really dived into the Andrew Wiggins situation with him not getting the vaccination shot. And we know about the ordinance in San Francisco. You got to have these shots by October 13th. We're not going to be able to go play at Chase Center. So we'll dive into it because I don't know where to go with that. But 888-957-9570, this is your show, listeners. We had a lot of fun yesterday as we recapped the Niners and Packers. A day later, Shasky, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. How you feeling this morning now, a day removed from that Niners game?
I mean, not great, especially after seeing Philadelphia, lose the way that they did.
Wow.
I'm not feeling great. Look, I know the NFL is about matchups and everything. Are there certain positives to take away? Of course there are. Is the season over? No, it's not. But some of these things are just hard to unsee. And the clock management stuff, the more and more I go through it, the more egregious it feels to me.
Right.
Just as a team. Like, you want to point at the quarterback, fine. You want to point at the head coach, fine. They've got to be attached at the hip when it comes to these clock things. And, man, just quite frustrating, to be totally honest with you.
No doubt. It was, the caller. I forget who the caller was, but he made so much sense. Not only did the Niners botch the clock management at the end of the game, but on the kickoff. Instead of, kicking the ball deep and kicking it for a touchback, they should have pulled the Bill Belichick, where you kick the ball between the 5 and the 10-yard line and you make the Packers catch the kickoff and return it. Or if they fair catch it, well, guess what? They're going to get the ball between the 5 and 10-yard line. But you make them catch the ball and make them return it where you burn an extra 4 to 5 seconds off the clock. Everything about that situation was that didn't look like an experienced football team.
No. With
the way they handled that 2-minute drill. And now you're 2-1 heading into Seahawks week, which we'll break down a little later in the week. But you lose that game. First of all, they probably deserved to lose the game. They were down 17-0.
Exactly.
You get out to a slow start. But the fact is, you were up 28-27. And the Packers had no timeouts, and Rodgers got a chance to touch the ball again. And it was just a systematic breakdown for the 49ers on Sunday.
A team that has had so much continuity in terms of same offensive staff, essentially.
Yep.
Okay, you lost one of the guys off the staff, but let's be
It's
head
Shanahan.
coach. Yeah, exactly. You have the same quarterback year after year after year. Now, he gets hurt, but he has played in, 5 training camps with the 49ers. They do this, keep the ball drill. What's the one they call it?
Move the ball drill.
The move the ball drill.
Hey, folks. I thought in football the whole point was to move the ball. Move the ball drill.
It's a bunch
a drill
of dorks that never played football covering the team talking about it. But regardless, they do this stupid drill every single day that we've been doing all of this rating and ranking and charts and stuff on who's doing what. Anybody paying attention to the clock? And my 11-year-old nephew who plays Madden understands clock management.
Right.
Everybody in the stadium was saying, oh, my God, he might have scored a little too soon here, and it's just frustrating. And it's not that one particular play down at the end with Juszczyk on the little Texas route. It's the whole sequence. It's the 10-minute drill. They're down 10 points with 10 minutes, and they're lollygagging to the line.
I know.
The sense of urgency on when to throttle up, when to break, it's very frustrating. And the part that I think that I've come to is that someone like Jimmy Garoppolo, who's been in the game as long as he has, he kind of is who he is. Now, can he, clean up some of this stuff? Yeah.
Right.
But these things keep rearing their head. I'm going to give Shanahan a pass, even though he has been the main culprit many, many times through multiple quarterbacks. Let's see what it's like one day when he has Trey Lance. If these same issues persist, then it's a Shanahan issue.
Right. There's no doubt about that. Niners lose 30-28. They are now 2-1 on the season. We'll dive into media day a little bit later because my boy Shasky was beaming from ear to ear yesterday. We got to talk to Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga. To us, he's the star of the show. Because Kuminga we called him outside of the podium and we chopped it up with him. But on the podium, you asked him, hey, man, who'd you model your game after? He basically calls myself and Kobe. I said, you know what? I'm cool with that answer, baby. I'm cool with that answer. The dump league answer, Kuminga's a hoot.
All right. Full disclosure here. So me and Bonte decided to go a little rogue yesterday at Media Day. They had everybody kind of confined to one room. And at some point, we go venturing off, if you will.
Yeah.
We're having our own little San Francisco Giants fantastic voyage.
No doubt.
And out of nowhere, I see Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm like, boom, we got to make a beeline for Jonathan Kuminga. Walk up to him. First off, he's jacked. Jacked out of his mind.
Real quick, random. James Wiseman looks jacked now.
Oh, yeah. I got some James Wiseman thoughts. I'll bookmark it in just a second.
Okay.
But I walk up to Jonathan Kuminga, and I think I went right at him, and I brought up something about 2K and me playing him in 2K because he was talking about at the podium, I played as Steph Curry on 2K for a long, long time. Now, I'm not good in 2K.
I'm not either.
It's a hard game.
NBA 2K, I like the original 2K on Dreamcast.
Oh, me too.
I was good in that in 2K1.
Well, you had the two triggers, and you had to line them up to hit free throws.
Oh, I love that.
Me too.
But the 2K from once you got the 2K11, 2K12, problem lost.
I contend that 2K on Dreamcast, both football and basketball, are the two funnest games of all time on any console.
I agree. I agree with that. And Dreamcast is out.
It was
in a heartbeat.
so sick, though.
Done.
And they had the little tiny cartridge inside the controller.
Oh, yeah.
So I walk up to Kuminga and I start challenging him on 2K. This dude, dead serious, turns left and pans and is like, I will destroy you in 2K.
I'll destroy you in 2K.
And I don't know if he was being serious or funny. He scared the crap out of me. That's number one, because I thought the guy was going to take my life right then and there on the spot. This kid's, I'm telling you, he is going to be instant comedy on the court at all times.
Dude,
I can't wait.
I can't wait.
I'm so glad we're keeping the youngsters.
Dude, I'm so happy too. And we were talking to Kuminga. He's playing FIFA. Said he didn't really play Madden, but he's in the house.
Did I ask him about Call of Duty?
Yeah, he doesn't play Call of Duty.
Yeah, because
doesn't play
that's a big
Call of
one
Duty.
for kids his age.
But he plays FIFA.
Yes.
He's a big FIFA fan. And he said he touches his Madden every now and then.
Yeah,
wasn't really good in that, but he said he's going to try to get back on that. And he said he's got a lot of time on his hands.
Yeah.
A lot of time on his head. So
him and me both.
Why'd I have to ask him about having a license after you ask him about Klay Thompson? Because, of course, on the Instagram, Klay Thompson had the Lincoln Continental, and you took my question because I was like, man, I'm about to ask this question. Shasky gets the mic and asks, and I'm like, oh, great. How do I follow this up, right? And I was like, well, do you even have your license? Yeah, I got my license. I was like, all right, cool. Who knows? He's only 18, 19 years old,
When did you get your license?
21. I was 21.
I was 21 too.
Yeah, I was 21.
Yeah.
I was a late bloomer.
If you grew up in the city, one of your friends would get your license early. Everybody else would just hop in their car or ride bus.
Right. I was a Muni guy.
I couldn't even afford a car.
I couldn't either. I was on Muni.
License.
But Kuminga was great. We saw Looney.
Yep.
We saw Steph. Talked a little golf with Steph Curry.
I did.
As we went rogue.
The C split of people around him, the hanger-oners, and he made a beeline for the hardest working man in sports, Bonte Hill. That's what he said while he was doing a photo shoot.
That was wild. That was wild.
How good did you feel?
I didn't feel good. Because I'm like, come on, man. I'm not the hardest working guy.
Steven, all right. You cut his mic. Steven, get in here. You're going to laugh. We come walking in. Bonte, everybody knows Bonte, all right? I am just feeling like Robin to his Batman, okay? Just clinging to this dude. And I'm like, look, this is incredible. We walk over, and I'm telling you, you want to say entourage? Steph Curry has got a crew of people around him at all times. I don't know if these were the photographers, handlers. I don't know. He's in the middle of a shoot. It's all white. I mean, it's blinding light because everything's dark inside there except the spot where he's getting shot at. And Curry, holding the ball as he's doing all these poses, yells to Bonte in front of a room full of people. It's the hardest working man in sports. Right then and there, and goes, "What up, Bonte?" And you should have seen it. He was like, "What's up, Steph?" Like they're homies from way back. And I'm telling you right now, he's got a big dome. I mean, Bruce Bochy ain't got nothing on Bonte Hill.
And then Steph would come over. I'm like, "Hey, Ryder Cup, man, my guy, you got to talk golf with my guy Joe Shaskin and Butcher." He walks right over,
slurp mode,
stops what he's doing, walks right over, and Shaskin. Steph Curry, they're talking about golf.
It was incredible.
Discussing golf and where the Ryder Cup is and where the U.S. Open is. And I could see Shasky through his mask, smiling ear to ear. As soon as he walked, he couldn't even 5 feet.
Hey.
Curry walks away. Shasky's like, "Dog." And he's red. He's fully red. He's blushing. And then we see Looney. Looney says something like, "Lou, man, morning roast." And his parents, "Oh, yeah, my parents listen. They watch y'all all the time. They know what time it is." And then Wiseman comes through.
I almost apologized to Looney for all the slander I've had over the years, but I paused.
You paused a little bit. You're like, this could go awry real quick with Loon.
Big time. Back to the Steph interaction, because I'm standing there and I didn't realize how many people were literally watching this conversation, and I'm looking around and Steven, I swear to you, there's like 25 people. Am I wrong?
Nah, he's got an entourage.
It's unreal.
His security guard, Ralph. We were chopping it up with Ralph, who's a really good dude.
Yes.
Really good dude.
So outside of Steph Curry, okay, you got the Michael Mulders and you got the Gary Payton Juniors and all these different people. Bonte was the third biggest star there.
No,
it was
stop.
Clay and Steph and then Bonte.
Stop it.
Steven, I swear to God.
Stop it.
Do you have any questions?
Well, who was the second one besides Steph? Like the second biggest name who came up and was like, "What's up, Bonte?" As if they're old friends, like besides Steph.
Oh, well, James Wiseman comes walking by, and Bonte's like, "What's up, Wise?" or something along those lines. We did that Zoom together. He's like, "Oh, what's up?
Yeah, he was like, "Miami, yeah, I remember." I was like, "That's my guy." That's my guy.
So I'm always thinking 4 moves ahead, I grabbed a microphone in the media room, and Moses Moody's there, and I'm like, "Moses, like that conversation that we just had, like we're longtime friends." And then as he's leaving, I throw up the deuces, and Bonte's sitting in front of me. He throws up the deuces without even seeing me, and Moses gives us a one-upper as he's walking out the door, and I'm like, "That's my dog right there."
How about this one, though?
That's my dog.
Hey, you talk about the morning roast and the Q rating going up, right? And you talk about our heads getting big. I'm already wearing a size 8 head.
Yeah.
This hat that I have on right now is size 8. Shaskins is growing by the day because Bob Myers turned around. He was chilling. Bob Myers sees us, smiles, comes over, daps us up. "What's up, boys?"
Yeah.
And then walks out the room. Hold on. Walks out the room. Shasky looks at me like this. Bob to say, so like Shasky's feeling himself. He's on a 9. And then Joe Lacob comes in.
Oh, this is great.
Joe Lacob. I want you to explain the story because Joe Lacob comes in, looks at us, doesn't even head nod, just walks in.
Like, time out. Then Bonte goes, "What's up, Joe?" Like that. Nothing. Crickets from Joe Lacob. Doesn't even move his face to the right an inch. An inch. Joe looks around. I was praying to God he'd turn around and acknowledge us. Praying to God, because I know the hand that feeds us over here at 95.7 The Game.
There's no doubt.
But you know what? Bob said what's up, and that's all that matters to me.
That's all that mattered.
It was great.
How are you, Bob?
Hey, Steven, I mean this. You don't realize how many people at just the Warriors arena in general know Bonte and love Bonte until you go out with him. You feel like a celebrity just being around him because so many people love him. And I mean this. I'm talking random people associated with the team for a long time, security guards, players, you name it. B goes up to Klay Thompson. And he goes, "What's up? You going to let Kuminga drive that car?" "Hell no. Hell no, I'm not letting him drive that car."
Dude, that's the funniest thing. Hell nah, Rook, you crazy. And you know what? After talking to Kuminga, I probably wouldn't let him drive my car either.
No.
He's nuts.
He is nuts.
He's nuts in the good. We asked him too. We go, "Kuminga, why were you trying to dunk on everybody in Sacramento? And he just starts laughing he just starts laughing like I gotta do what I gotta do. Like, bro, you're trying to dunk on 5 people, dog.
Hey, we were talking with this guy Ralph, who's associated with the team, and
Steph Curry security guard, personal security.
And he goes, we had to tell Kuminga, dial it down, young man. It's game 1 of Summer League. Your body's not gonna make it through if you're gonna try to yam on every person in every game all at once.
Dial it down, Rook. It's game 1 of the California Classic, and he's out there playing like it's game 4 of the NBA Finals. But you know what? I'm not mad at that.
No.
I'm not mad at that at all.
No.
It was a lot of fun at Media Day.
It really was.
It was cool.
Damian
Lee, too. We saw Damian Lee.
Damian Lee seems to be
such
salt
a cool
of the earth
dude.
guy. He's, hearing his story, he's talking about, what he did for his mother, buying her a vehicle, and just kind of what his life has gone through in terms of, he's going to have a child coming up here. And he seems to be so comfortable with who he is and so appreciative of where he is. And I think we get so caught up in the superstars, and rightfully, like, Clay and Steph. I mean, these guys are larger than life. Guys like Damian Lee, just random dudes who clearly have made the most out of something. He goes, I never thought I'd be a professional athlete. At no point did I think growing up I would be a pro in the NBA. His appreciation for his lot in life. You
got to respect it.
It was so cool, man. It's hard to listen to some of these guys and not be a fan. Seeing young James Wiseman sitting there, and you brought him up earlier, and hearing how thoughtful he is, and he seems to be more comfortable with himself. He seems to be more outgoing. I'm rooting for him so much because you get your name dragged through the mud. You're 19. You're 20 years old. You're in every single trade conversation at every turn. And the kid's smiling. He's talking about what he's done to get physically bigger and better and how he can't wait to get back on the court and how he understands that learning the nuances of playing off ball with Steph Curry is so important.
Watching those games with Klay Thompson. Being Klay Thompson's deckhead.
What did you think of that?
He watched all the playoff games with Klay Thompson. I love that.
Didn't you?
Klay showing leadership as a veteran, saying, hey, young Rook, come hang out with me. Forget the social media stuff. You're not going anywhere. You're one of us now. You're our guy. You're the number 2 overall pick. You have a load of talent. Chill with me. I love that Klay Thompson took his arm around James Wiseman and brought the young kid and made him feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And now probably James Wiseman feels like, this is my home now.
Yeah.
This is my home now. It's not the tough love that Draymond gives me every single night. It's to Klay Thompson. Come here, little bro. I got you. You're going to be fine, Rook. I thought the world of that. That impressed me.
Yesterday, and look, I know every team, the Kings had media day yesterday. Every team's feeling optimistic on media day. I'll just say that the assembly of this squad, the roster, the individuals that they've brought together, this is going to be a fun season.
This is going to be a fun season.
I mean, you got 3 ridiculously young men who I think have tremendous upside.
Moody's impressive, man.
He's really impressive. And Kuminga I think Kuminga's going to be a star at some point.
Dude,
it might take a couple years.
Right.
The guy is going, the thing that everyone says behind the scenes, the kid wants it. He wants to be great. And that's all you can ask for. Same thing that people say about James Wiseman.
Right.
But you got Clay and Steph, and they're larger than life. Iggy, is this his final year? Close to
Who
it.
knows?
He
dropped the he's still underpaid line.
Exactly. I mean, of course he did. And
Real quick about Damian Lee before we hit the break, and we'll get to the Giants because we got news about Brandon Belt. And obviously, they're going to play the Diamondbacks tonight. Logan Webb's on the mound for the Giants. But Damian Lee, when I saw him yesterday, it kind of crossed my mind, and I wanted to save it for the show. I didn't tell you yesterday, but now that I think about it too, they missed him last year down the stretch.
Big time.
They missed him.
They missed an off-ball guy who can move and hit threes.
And play defense and work hard. The guy worked hard, and he had some big moments last year. The game winner against Chicago. Imagine the Warriors starting 0-3. They won that game to go 1-2. The Toronto game where he sinks the free throws.
Thank you.
He had moments last year, and I was like, they kind of missed this guy down the stretch. They could have used another body, and he knows his role with this team.
He's one of those guys, the impact doesn't hit the box score. He'll hit a 3. He'll hit a 3 here and there. But his synergy with the rest of the team, it matches up. Like, there's a link up there.
Yep.
I'm so excited for the – are they going to be better than the Lakers and better than, the Phoenix Suns? I don't know. We'll see. But I'm really excited for this journey that is the Golden State Warriors season because I do think, they got a good group of dudes.
Yeah.
And I love to hear from Bob Myers right out the mouth. He goes, I feel like this is the roster. And I'm
Dude,
okay
I'm
with
cool
that.
with that, too.
I like it.
I'm cool with that, too. It's so fun to be down there. Like, know that Hoops is back.
Yeah.
Walking around Chase Center. Wiseman's looking yoked up. He's looking big.
Hey, I'm rooting
Loon's
for
got the
him.
twisties.
Yep.
Loon's got the twisties, feeling himself.
Did you see your doppelganger? He walked right by you. I felt like, like Back to the Future, you're not allowed to like see your own self in the
Michael Mulder?
Yeah, Michael Mulder came walking right by you.
Yeah, I wanted to just get away from him.
Yeah.
'Cause he
It was
made
like
me
the
jealous.
Spider-Man meme.
He's actually a handsome, light-skinned guy. I can't call myself handsome. I mean, and he's got a three-point shot. He's played in the NBA. Kind of jealous of Michael Mulder. I'm not going to lie to you. But it was good to see Raymond Ritter down there,
Yes.
setting us up there at Chase Center. Covey came through.
Yeah.
I can't believe Ryan Covey came to a media day, but that was a lot of fun to see all those
95-7
games.
took over with the youngsters.
We were out there. We were out there deep.
Yeah,
we're
we were.
rolling deep at Chase Center, but we will get into the Andrew Wiggins situation because that took over media day.
Yeah.
We'll do that coming up
Little
a little
Detective
bit later.
Tuesday?
A little Detective Tuesday. That's right. Who, what, when, where, why.
Yeah.
And what's the who this week, Shasky? What is the who?
Who are the 2021 Niners after
Ooh.
3 games?
Ooh, I like that. Who are the 49ers?
Now we've let a little time settle in. Who are they?
Who are they? 888-957-9570. Also, we'll throw this out, too, on a Detective Tuesday. If you could have any conversation with an athlete, which player would you choose all time? Who's that player you're going to sit down and have a cup of coffee with and have a conversation with? 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast. Don't forget Dave Flemming at 8 p.m., and we got our guy Baldy. Brian Baldinger, 7:30 to break down the Niners and Packers game, and we'll get a perspective for Brian Baldinger, the smartest man in pro football. That's coming up here on the roast.
We love hearing from passionate fans.
Flemming grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The city's great history is kept alive by the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Yo, I'm sipping on my Timeless this morning, B. I got my Scorpion mug on. I got my Scorpion T-shirt on. I need to go get a refill.
I need a new shirt. I shrunk my shirt.
Yeah?
Doesn't fit me anymore.
Shrunk the shirt or...
Yeah, I mean, I shrunk the shirt.
Oh, okay.
Shrunk the shirt.
Honey, I shrunk the shirt.
So Anna wears it all the time.
Oh.
Anna wears it all the time,
my
the
wife
black
does that
one.
too.
Yeah, but I do have my mug. She's not getting a mug. Timeless Coffee, the official sponsor of the Morning Roast. Go out there, check out one of their 3 locations in Oakland and Berkeley. Of course, tell them the Morning Roast sent you. Tell them the Morning Roast sent you. I don't know if that's going to get you a discount. I don't know if you're going to get a couple bucks off. You got to pay top dollar when you go to Timeless. It's worth it. Worth every single penny. Brendan Belt, he's been worth every single penny this season. But unfortunately, there's been some bad news. We'll get back in the media day in just a second and the 49ers here on the Detective Tuesday because the Who, when it comes to Detective Tuesday, the Who are the 2021 San Francisco 49ers? And I'm not sure we know who they are quite yet. I feel like we're going to go along. We're going to find out a lot more about the Niners on Sunday against the Seahawks. But who are the 49ers? 888-957-9570. But we do have some news about Brendan Belt. Sunday, hit by a 93-mile-per-hour four-seam fastball. He has a fractured left thumb.
So that's his throwing hand.
Yeah, it's a brutal blow. Guy's got 29 jacks in 97 games.
Yeah.
He was going to hit 30 this year. It's going to be the first 30 home run hitter for the Giants since Barry Bonds.
Yeah, and it's the most this year, even though he's got the 29. It's the most since Barry Bonds' his final season in 2007.
He hit
and
28.
Let me give you another one here on the Giants. They've hit 49 home runs in total by first baseman. That's the most in Major League by any one team. And the most by the Giants, and that's including William McCovey.
49 jacks.
49 jacks.
First
most
baseman.
the Giants have ever had at first base.
Wow.
As a combined position.
Wow.
I don't know who's going to end up playing for Brandon Belt, but on Brandon Belt, it just stinks for the guy. It felt like not only did everybody finally start to embrace him, it felt like he was really embracing who he was, and the whole captain thing seemed to be a fun kind of social media spin, but also kind of lighthearted way for the clubhouse to unite and for him to kind of empower himself. And he had a great year this year, and I'm sitting here just saying that poor guy. I mean, he's finally getting the love that he deserves, and this could be at least 2 weeks, maybe 4-6 weeks. The fact it's not his glove hand is good. I think he can go out there with a splint in a couple weeks.
Is this it? Because the postseason starts.
I know. Week and a half.
Quick. Week and a half. Fractured left thumb. That's not good, Shasky. I can't imagine. Boy, that's just tough. That's a tough blow.
It is.
As the Giants come home for their final 6 regular season games, up 2 on the Dodgers. Of course, we're talking magic number. Magic number is 5. Without Brendan Belt, you should be able to handle the Diamondbacks. What's the status with Darren Ruff? Is Darren Ruff back? I know he was on the IL.
Yeah.
So what do? Shift Lamont Wade Jr. to first base?
Just going to say that. Lamont Wade Jr., I feel like, is a candidate to go over there. Maybe you try Chris Bryant over there. You know, you really haven't been able to find a spot for Chris Bryant. You got a big ballpark defensively.
What about Wilmer?
What?
Wilmer Flores, who tried first base last season.
Wilmer Flores wouldn't be a bad option. That's not bad. I just want to see Bryant play a little over there. I know that we've been talking big about his defensive versatility. He's played some left field the last couple of games. So, yeah, I would try to draft. And the other move is, maybe you give Longo a start over there just one day, even though I love him at third base, just to see it.
Just to see it?
I mean, I'm just throwing out random ideas.
Maybe you do it in the last game, where hopefully the last game doesn't matter.
I mean, that would be nice.
That would be great, right?
Yeah,
that would be great.
that would be nice.
Dodgers playing the Padres. What are the Padres going to do against the Dodgers? Are they going to mail it in?
Well, is Tatis going to shut it down because of the shoulder? You know,
Wow.
that's been something that's been injuring him all year, or he's been dealing
Bothering
with
him,
all
yeah.
year. You would think that if, they get down to the end, does he want to play it out?
Wow. Don't forget, this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber. As an essential service, their lumber yards remain open from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Call 855-GSL-YARD or visit GoToStateLumber.com. I hope Tatis Jr. doesn't shut it down because he's having a spectacular season, and that would be a bad look to me to shut it down in the last week of the season.
Yeah.
Might as well just play it out, right?
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, he's having an all-time shortstop hitting season in the National League. It's unprecedented. I mean, really, Alex Rodriguez is the last guy that I could think of from the shortstop position that's hit this many bombs and had this great of a year. Back to the Giants, Bonte. Let me give you just a couple of quick ones on the Brandon Belt thing. Yastrzemski and Belt are the first Giants teammates with 25 or more home runs in the same season since Bonds and Durham hit 26 each in 2006.
That's unbelievable.
The San Francisco Giants have there are 211 Major League batters with at least 358 plate appearances. Among those, Brandon Belt's 152 OPS was only the 7th best. So he had the 7th best OPS in baseball amongst the 211 qualified hitters. I mean, look, Brandon Belt was having a monster year. Whether we're talking about the final couple games or into the playoffs,
Dude.
they are going to miss him.
He was raking this month. Raking. And we talk about Brandon Crawford, who had the big ninth inning home run Sunday, the 3-run jack. Brandon Belt was on a hot streak where he was the one guy in the lineup where you're like, man, he's just in the zone. And the one thing about Brandon Belt, the reason why we love and hate him, because he will get in these zones, he will get hot, and then boom, an injury happens. Happened earlier this season. It happened earlier this season where he was bad. Brandon Belt is starting to hit. He's starting to get hot. Boom. He goes on the IL. We don't know if he's going to come back. He comes back. He doesn't look right, and he gets hot again. This is a tough blow where, as you mentioned, Chasky, and George Contos joined us last week, the former reliever of the Giants, of course, on NBC Sports Bay Area for the pre- and post-game shows when it comes to the Giants games. He was starting to show his personality. Giants fans were... because it's been split. He's been the polarizing figure of the Giants. He's the Draymond of the Giants. When we talk about the Warriors, it's Draymond, and everybody goes crazy. The Niners, it's Jimmy Garoppolo. Everybody goes crazy one way or the other. Brandon Belt was that guy for the Giants. And you're right, Shasky. We finally throw our arms around him and say, you know what, Brandon Belt? You're one of us. You're a Giant. You're a true Giant, and we appreciate you for the 10 years that you've been here. And people are starting to talk about a contract extension. Now, I don't think this hinders those chances of getting a contract extension with the Giants, but it just stinks where this team is rolling going into the playoffs, and you lose Brandon Belt. And some people think the pitch was intentional. I don't think it was. Why would the Rockies do that?
I know it's a bad team with no control and no pitching staff. B, how many games do you think he played this year, Brandon Belt?
He only played 97 games.
Yeah, look at you doing
Got
your
the notes
homework.
right here.
Okay.
I'm a little cheater.
No, it's just the
Thanks for talking,
potency, the potency in the limited amount of games that he played is just unbelievable for him. This hands down is his most effective season. And it just stinks. I mean, it really does. I mean, the 29 jacks, the 274 batting average. Like, he wasn't batting 220. I mean, he was batting 274, which for him, that's good.
Right.
Because he's never been a high contact guy. Driving the ball the way he has. I think his defense has been outstanding this year. It robs the guy of what woulda, coulda, shoulda been a 30 home run season that he desperately deserves. And he deserves that spot in San Francisco lore as one of the guys that hit 30 or more jacks.
No doubt about that. We're going to get back into the Niners a little bit later. Dave Flemming will join us at 8 p.m. to talk about these Giants. They're back home, 2 games up on the LA Dodgers.
Yeah.
The magic number. We're talking magic numbers now. This was always fun as a kid to watch the magic numbers. The magic number's now 3. The magic number's now 2. And we're going to see Logan Webb today where, look, Gosman, we talked a lot about Gosman, but it wasn't good news about Gosman. Give him credit for Sunday, Shasky. That was the real Kevin Gausman we've seen from the first half of the season. He dealt his ass off Sunday at Coors Field, where the Giants had basically a week of starters not go 5. Everybody's going 4, 4, 3, 4. Kevin Gausman on Sunday in a very tight ball game, gives you 6 innings, gets you 11 strikeouts, and only gives up 3 hits at Coors Field. That was an impressive performance by Kevin Gausman. And your boy Doval is getting 8th inning assignments.
We'll get to Doval in a second.
You love this guy. That's your guy.
It is my guy. Gausman. He had been throwing to Buster Posey the last couple of starts. He threw to Kirk Casale. The team is 42-14 with Kirk Casale.
Wait. What?
42-14
Wow.
with Kirk Casale behind the dish.
Wow.
This,
How impressive is that?
It's really impressive. This happens sometimes. Like, there was a time when Lincecum and Buster were kind of like, like didn't work out for whatever reason. And this isn't any fault of Buster. Sometimes guys just gel with each other. Do you think there's anything to the Casale thing, or is it just too small of a sample size?
There's something to that. I do believe in that. And that worries me for the postseason. What do you do? If Gausman's like, he's not meshing with Buster Posey, Kirk Casale, there's something there with that. You can't play. You're not going to bench Buster Posey in a playoff game.
And I don't
He's not going to do it.
I don't have advanced analytics on this, B. I don't have like, he had 19 starts with Buster and this is his record. But I'm just saying it's something that I've noticed. Buster's been his catcher for, I believe, the last 3 games, and this last one it was Kirk Casale. Now I would counter with small sample size. His grip seemed to be way better on the splitter. He looked better. It's the Rockies, but, it is Colorado where you're going to give up a lot of long balls. So I don't know. It is something to monitor. I think he makes, one more start?
One more start.
One more start before the season ends?
Maybe Friday, maybe Saturday. They haven't decided yet.
It's big for his psyche heading into the playoffs. I mean, it's a big one for him, and obviously it's going to be big for the Giants to close it out to win the NL West. But, man, I mean, this is big. And then you bring up Doval, B.
Wow.
Duval needs to be the 9th inning guy. Maybe not right now, but soon.
Dude, he struck out the side in Colorado.
He's dominant right
Sunday.
now. I told you it was coming. Did I not call this in May?
It came a lot quicker than I anticipated. He went down to AAA. We didn't hear from him. Didn't hear about him. He comes back in that first appearance, almost hits a guy, and I'm like, boy, this guy's wild. In the head, I wasn't going to add that.
Yeah.
Say he almost hits a guy. Okay, he was in the head, damn near. He is dominant right now. He is lights out. You can tell how Crook and Kipe love the guy.
Yeah.
Flynn loves the guy. This guy's playing in big moments here, and he's composed. So.
And he's not a Farhan guy.
No,
he
not.
was from the prior regime, so you got to give a little love. I mean,
give love to Bobby Evans and Brian Sabian.
But Farhan and their staff, they've developed him. But Bobby Evans found him. So, and the guy Castro, you put Castro and Doval into next year's rotation or next year's bullpen, you're going to have Rogers, McGee, Castro, Doval.
That's not bad.
Now you're looking at what the Royals had a couple years back.
Yeah.
Now you're looking at what these other teams have around the league. Like when obviously the Dodgers were humming, you got to have beasts.
No doubt. By the way, side job Rob, what up out there, baby? He said he will sit down and have a conversation with Barry Bonds, Lester Hayes, and Willie Mays.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty damn good.
You got to pick one, though.
You got to pick one. Got to pick one, side job Rob. I wonder who that conversation will be for you. I'll ask you on the other side. Plus, who here on a Detective Tuesday, who are the 2021 San Francisco 49ers? Don't forget to download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game to get breaking news updates as well as links to the top interviews. Michael Irvin, the playmaker, was on with DRK yesterday. We'll play some of that sound as that was one of the best moments on the game yesterday. Powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Don't miss NFL insider Peter King with Damon
¿Eres?
¿De dónde eres?
No matter your learning style or experience level, Babbel has lessons designed for you that will get you speaking quickly and confidently.
I tried learning Spanish before, but I couldn't stick with it until I found Babbel.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said, now we speak Spanish.
I can't wait to use our new language skills on our upcoming adventures.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Shasky, what's up, man? What's up? The way you turned on the microphone just now was aggressive.
Well,
you got a take here on the Detective Tuesday.
I want to get into who the 49ers are because we've teased it for too long. But first, we were at Media Day yesterday, and I know we're jumping all over the place here. No Draymond yesterday at Media Day.
No Draymond.
Odd. I just don't get it. I don't get even this team.
Personal reasons.
Okay. But then he was at the LA Rams game in the suite. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's more to it. It's just everyone's there but you. I don't know. The whole thing is odd to me and weird. And I mean, I'm not saying it's right, wrong, indifferent. I find it to just be simply odd. And I don't know what's going on there. Everybody's there but him. Clay's there, Steph's there, Wiseman's there, all the youngsters are there, Iguodala's there, everybody's there but Draymond Green. I don't know, I find that to be just odd, man. Just very, very odd. Am I alone in that?
No, you're not. You're not alone in that. Here's my concern. Whenever it comes to training camp, Draymond hasn't been in the best shape coming into training camp last few seasons. He's used the seasons to basically lose that weight and get in the game shape and get ready for the playoffs. This team can't afford to get off to a slow start. They need Draymond to be Draymond Green right off the bat. And it took Draymond Green a while to be Draymond Green last season. Once he got to be Draymond Green, when he, got back into shape, of course, COVID, training camp, and he missed some time there, Draymond Green started hooping. He was balling. He had a great end to the season. Now, of course, we all remember the floater against Memphis and remember the Laker game, but you take those two away, I thought Draymond Green played some really, really good basketball. It's a little odd in what has been kind of an odd week for the Golden State Warriors. When you think about Joe Lacob being fined $50,000 for discussing Ben Simmons and that potential trade with Rusty Simmons from the Chronicle. We saw Rusty yesterday looking all dapper, looking all smooth. You see old Rusty there. Rusty,
he's a roaster.
He's a roaster, no doubt about it. He's a roaster. But it does feel a little, that's interesting. That's it. Curry just comes back from the Ryder Cup.
Right.
You were down in L.A. Now you said you had some personal issues. All right. Well, I respect that. I don't know what's going on. I respect that, but did want to see Draymond yesterday.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to seeing Draymond yesterday.
I was too, and it's just different. And you heard Steve Kerr talk about he's going to play Draymond more at the 5 this year, being very open with that from the get-go. I mean, look, if you want to maximize Draymond on this team, playing him at the 5 is probably the best way to do that, and not have James Wiseman and him on the floor at the exact same time, which that goes back to one of my – there's a lot of people that think, hey, Draymond Green is a great playmaker. He is a good playmaker, but if you can't get bigs involved, how great of a playmaker are you?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I'm
he's
with
a
you.
top of the key traditional point guard, dribble,
right.
set up somebody who's coming off of a screen. That, to me, is one facet of playmaking. There's another facet of playmaking, beating people off the dribble and setting up, creating for others. That's not necessarily one of his strengths.
Yep.
So I actually think playing him at the 5 and staggering him and Wiseman's minutes would probably end up being one of the better tactics.
Yeah, I'm with you there. By the way, Richard Sherman, our crack staff back here doing work. Ryan Mauser, who's back at the crib running the YouTube and the Twitch. Richard Sherman Remember, he had an Instagram post this past Sunday. He was making the snacks for the soccer team. He had all the baggies, Capri Suns, the Rice Krispie treats. Said this will be my last Sunday. Said I won't be doing this for a while. And you know why? We're like, oh, what's going on, Sherman? Going back to play football? Well, yes, he is. He's going on a visit with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers today. He's going to visit the Buccaneers, the Tom Brady and company, because they need help. They need cornerback help down to Tampa Bay. So Richard Sherman going to visit the Tampa Bay Bucks. Sam Amick, our good friend from The Athletic, says that Ben Simmons has concluded that he's done playing with Joel Embiid. So those rumors with Ben Simmons are not dying anytime soon. Not dying anytime soon. So Detective Tuesday, who are the 49ers in 2021? Who is his team? But we also have to talk about Andrew Wiggins. And real quick, before we talk about Andrew Wiggins, we asked somebody who, because as we're jumping all over the place, who would you want to sit down with? As we talked to Steph Curry yesterday, we talked to D. Lee and Kuminga. Coach in Los Altos Hills. He was out there at the Hill Hotel. Shout out to Coach. Said he would sit down to have a conversation with Wilt Chamberlain.
Oh, yeah.
So many questions. What did it feel like to have 100 points in a game? Are the rumors true? And did you like acting? Conan the Barbarian, of course. And what did you do that you wish you had? R.I.P. to Wilt Chamberlain. Coach, you want to sit down with Wilt. That's not a bad conversation. Wilt can talk.
Yeah.
Wilt can talk. But what did you take of Andrew Wiggins here? Because we haven't dived into the Andrew Wiggins stuff. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait until he actually misses a game. I'm going to wait. But we're going to have the sound from Media Day in just a second here from Andrew Wiggins. He said a lot here because due to religious beliefs that he has, he doesn't want to take the shot and get vaccinated, where we know here in San Francisco, in order to play, you're going to need to get vaccinated. The ordinance is coming into effect October 13th. Doesn't want the shot. A lot of teammates have the shot. They hope that he gets the shot. They hope that this can come to a resolution. But, man, he was spicy yesterday. I haven't seen Wiggins like that ever in his NBA career. Let's go ahead and play this out here.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins on a vaccine situation.
It's not uncomfortable. I'm confident in my beliefs and, what I think is right, what I think is wrong. And, I'm just going to keep, doing what I believe, whether it's one thing or another, just going to keep doing it.
He said something about having his back against the wall in this situation. Here's more Andrew Wiggins from Media Day.
Back is definitely against the wall, but I'm just going to keep fighting for what I believe. And whether it's one thing or another, get a vaccination or not get a vaccination, who knows? I'm just going to, keep fighting for what I believe, and what I believe is right. What's right to one person isn't right to the other, vice versa.
Have your teammates tried to convince you to take the shot, Andrew?
My team, I love them. I would talk to them about anything, it don't matter. I know whatever I say to them is going to stay private. So if they wanted to chat about it or anything, it wouldn't matter.
And then finally he said, I'll tell my side when I'm ready to.
I'll say something when I'm ready. The only thing the media has done is kind of make it bigger than it has to be. So, like I said, I'll say my side of everything when I'm ready. I don't work on y'all's time. I work on my time.
In terms of bigger than it has to be, I mean, you stand to lose a lot of money.
And it's my problem, not yours.
Okay.
Huh. Jenny McCauley. Wow. AP, how you doing, JD? We saw JD yesterday. We love JD here on the Morning Roast. That was a lot, and we got more. I mean, he was spicy yesterday, and we got a Damian Lillard soundbite that you brought up in the green room this morning, Shasky. And we'll play that a little bit later, but Bradley Beal, Andrew Wiggins, Kyrie Irving, this situation's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I thought, you know what, maybe it's not a big deal until he actually misses a game, but it sounds like he's willing to risk not playing home games here. It's a weird situation going on with Andrew Wiggins.
I'm not with the virtue signaling from everyone on social media, shaming every single person for every little belief. Mm-hmm. One thing that I've learned in my life, and I am not perfect and I don't pretend to be, what I believe I cannot impart on someone else. And what the pandemic has crystallized for me is that what is good for me and my family, or at least what we deem to be good for me and my family, I can't expect or force others to believe those same things. This is America, and you are granted certain freedoms, and with those things become, you can make your life a little more easy, a little more difficult. That's your choice. Mm-hmm. That's your choice. Now, he is in a public job, There are other people that are affected by him not getting or choosing to have the shot. He's making his life a little more difficult, but that's his prerogative.
Right.
And I just find it very uncomfortable for you and me, B, or anyone, to be shaming this guy if he believes in something, whether I think it's right or wrong.
Right.
That's his God-given right to believe whatever he wants.
And real quick, we're not shaming Andrew Wiggins. We haven't done it. We haven't even touched the situation yet. I refuse to even tweet about it. Just like, okay, wow, all right, let me hear what he has to say. Look, there's a lot of people in my family that have chosen not to get the shot because whatever reason, people passed away, whatever. You got to respect what people want to do with their bodies. I get it, but you continue, Shasky.
Well, and so, here's a good example. Just to show you, how my brain works. What I do, I don't expect others to do. I'm sitting at the Niner game. We're outdoors. My buddy Rocco's got the mask on from time to time, maybe throughout the whole thing. As we're leaving and it starts to get really compacted, I threw my mask on. That's what I did. I didn't expect every single person around me to do that.
Right.
I have no idea who's vaccinated and who's not. I'm trying to do what I deem to be the safest for me and my family, and I don't even know if it makes sense. If I was somebody looking from the outside, you could poke holes in everything that we do at every time. When I went into the restroom, I kept my mask on. That felt like COVID 101, the restrooms in general. But again, I'm not sitting here policing every single person at this 70,000 seat stadium. And I use that as a good example because I can't sit here as someone in the media and try to judge someone else for what they believe or whatever statistics, whatever research, whatever thing that they have backed. You know what? That's their choice. And if they understand not the consequences, because that seems to be, very dramatic, but what is the course of action for that individual if they do not end up going with the vaccine and he's okay with it? You know what? That's his choice. But here's where it gets tricky. It is a team sport. There are so many older people in that arena, in that facility, in that organization who you're compromising indirectly. And so that's where I struggle with the balancing act of absolutely, you have every right to do what you want to do. But do you also not understand how compromised you're making other individuals who might be more vulnerable inside the building? It's a very difficult struggle that I am trying to balance out myself. And I am not comfortable with the shaming and the criticizing that's going all over. Dude, people in your family, in my family, we are totally, I've got a lot of people that are all in on the vaccine. I got a lot of people that are all out in the vaccine in my life. And I've chosen, for me, I can't fight every battle. I just have to worry about my household, and I'm not going to look sideways at somebody who looks otherwise. I'm going to try to protect myself. I have no idea when I go to the grocery store who's doing what, and I can't police them. And that's kind of how I'm trying to live my life. I'm not saying Wiggins is right, wrong, but it makes it really difficult for the organization. But if he understands what these consequences are, then who am I to say?
Yeah, you're listening to K95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. We're discussing Andrew Wiggins, who showed up the media day yesterday. We'll get back into the 49ers because it is a Detective Tuesday here in the Morning Roast. Who, what, when, where, why. The who are the 2021 49ers? Who are the 2021 49ers? We'll ask Brian Baldinger at 7:30 here in the Morning Roast, but Andrew Wiggins right now took over the show yesterday at Media Day, and it was fun. It was fun to see Klay Thompson back. It was fun to hear James Wiseman open up and Jonathan Kuminga with the media, man, smiling at everything, telling everybody thank you for everything. And we found out he loves dumplings. He loves that type of dumplings. So he's been getting around the city a little bit. But Andrew Wiggins has been the story, a week. Look, think about the week for the Golden State Warriors. You get the Ben Simmons rumors. You get Joe Lacob sitting down with Rusty Simmons. He gets fined $50,000 for tampering. Now you got Andrew Wiggins saying he doesn't want to take a shot. Draymond Green's not there to start training camp, and he wasn't at media day. Here's what Steph Curry had to say, because he is the leader of this team. Here's what Steph had to say on Andrew Wiggins being unvaccinated.
It's difficult. I mean, you can ask everybody on the team. We're going to have 18 different ways of explaining, personal decision, the sense of urgency of the decision, potential consequences and fallout, is, at the end of the day, it is up to him. I think there's no secret to that point. We obviously hope that he has, all the right information, the access to the right resources to ask all the questions he has on, making that decision. We hope he's available. We hope it moves in the right direction. My opinion is, obviously, I got it and ready to be available and following, the mandates and whatnot. But that's kind of where it is. And, the next couple coming weeks and how it all plays out is going to be entirely up to him. We obviously hope he's available and with us and, kind of go from there. So it's difficult. Everybody's in a difficult kind of, position in that respect. And we've all, made decisions that you feel like are right for you and your family and whatever the case is. So this is no different. Whether you agree with them or not, you have to let it play out.
Got to let it play out.
Look, again, you can't force people to believe in everything you believe in or do everything you do. Mm-hmm. But this is where it gets tricky. When you are in the private sector, right, whether you're going to a private school or whether you're working for specific companies and they have particular rules in place to work there, you gotta comply. Like you do have to comply at some level. Now, if you don't want to get paid and you don't want to play, you can do whatever you want. Right. It don't matter. I don't know how you can adjudicate this if you're the NBA. If just zoom out. Let's just zoom out. Take the Warriors out of this for a second.
Look at Kyrie. You look at D'Angelo Russell. You look at Bradley Beal. Did you hear Bradley Beal?
I did, but forget the players. Our country, county to county, state to state, region to region, we can't agree on anything right now, right? You go to Florida, it is totally different from San Francisco. You go to Sacramento, it's totally different from San Francisco.
Joe Eustace, the GM over there at the Hilton, he was working in Florida during the pandemic because they shut down the Hilton down there in Santa Clara. He said, we're completely shut down. He went to Florida for 6 months. He goes, it was wild out there. It was just no mask, no nothing. So
I went to La Jolla. I told you in August, and I went obviously to Santa Barbara. Totally different from San Francisco.
Yep.
Okay, in terms of mask mandates, in terms of people just walking down the street, how whether they're wearing a mask or not. And again, it's region to region. How can you unify the rules if you're the NBA, right? When all these different counties and states and cities can't even come to an agreement. Look within the state of California. Think of all the little micro communities that we have up and down the state. Nobody can agree on anything. I got friends that live up in Sacramento that think San Francisco's filled with a bunch of wackadoodles. I got people who live in San Francisco who think San Francisco's filled with wackadoodles. And conversely, they think the same thing about certain parts of the rest of the country. So I think Wiggins is an easy person to crush and crucify this morning. I'm not saying he's right. I'm not saying he's wrong. He's entitled to his opinion. He's entitled to do whatever he wants. He is making it ridiculously difficult for the organization and himself.
He is, no doubt. Let's hear from Damian Lillard before we get out to Trey and Vallejo.
This I thought was the most eloquent way, because this is what he says here is how I felt from my life with my grandfather and just the different family members that I have in my life. I love Damian Lillard's thoughts on this.
Here's Dame Dollar.
They presented the opportunity, and I said, can I get my family? Can I bring my family too? And they said, yeah, and that was it. I think it's I'm not mad at people for, saying I need to do my research or, they got to take the steps that make them comfortable. But I have a lot of people in my family that I'm tight with and that I spend a lot of time around, and, I'm just not going to put their health or their lives in danger because, I want to hold a big research when, as a kid, I had to get shots my whole life. And before I went to college, I had to get shots, and I couldn't tell you one thing about any of them. So if it's something that, I've had people in my family actually die and people actually lose their lives to it, like I'm not. And it's a way for me to protect myself and the people that I love. I'm going to do it. It's pretty simple.
And that's kind of where I'm at, Shasky. Look, I was hesitant on getting the shot early on in the process. It took me a while to get the shot. But
I think a lot of people were. I don't think you were alone there,
I wasn't alone.
I understand being skeptical.
I wasn't alone, but I said, you know what? If it's going to help the community, if it's going to help people older, and not only that, it just makes life easier in San Francisco. Everywhere you go now, you need a vaccination card. When you're flying, it's like, man, it would suck to not get a vaccine card, right? It would suck not to be able to catch a flight because I'm not vaccinated. Go to a club. Hey, you need a vax card. Oh, well, here you go. So I get the shot. Yeah, you feel a little something after a while. Feel normal. feel normal now. But what Dame said is like, look, I've had family members pass away.
Mm-hmm.
You got older people in your family where they can contract COVID easily and pass away from it. How many deaths? You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at Anna's grandma who's 83 years old. It's like, man, that would suck for me not to be vaccinated and pass COVID on to her from doing something stupid. I would feel sick to my stomach. So I'm kind of with Dame there, where you just get it done. Well, we took a lot of shots when we were kids, taking physicals. Yes. It is what it is.
Well, and I think the perspective that he's talking about with older people, that's the thing that hits home for me. And I don't expect everyone to feel this way. Again, B, think about it if you lived in other states. You were affected probably at the initial onset of the lockdown, but a lot of states opened up immediately. My grandfather was at home. He's 86 years old. He's alone in this house. For months. Okay? Afraid to go to the grocery store. All right? So when I see how locked down he is, and I'm saying to myself, he wanted to get the vaccine for me to hang out with him and do all the little things that we love to do. He wanted us to get the vaccine. He believed in it. And for him, we did it. And it's not just him, but I'm saying he's one of the many reasons. And I see how his life has been dramatically affected. All of his routines, all of the different things he's gone through. And I'm saying to myself, and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to try to be a scientist and try to do all this research. You know how much crap I eat at McDonald's and all over the place? Stuff that I shouldn't be putting into my body. That's not actually, McDonald's is delicious, so I'm not going to slander it. But so many things I've eaten and consumed, shots I've gotten, stuff I've, drank and smoked and God knows what. And I'm going to sit here and try to be the holdout on this one. I complied and I went in. I don't expect everyone to have that same exact thought.
Nobody
boy,
does.
You're right. It makes things a hell of a lot easier.
650 calling me a dumbass right now. You can still pass it on even if vaccinated.
Of course.
And I get that.
But it's keeping me off a ventilator percentage-wise, and it's keeping my family members off of ventilators percentage-wise. This is not a cure. It's not a catch-all. It's about dramatically reducing the opportunity to be put on a ventilator.
And again, we're not crushing Andrew Wiggins about it. This is his choice. It's his decision. He's a grown-ass man.
Exactly.
We're not crushing Andrew Wiggins for this. We're going to see how it plays out. Let's get to Trey from Vallejo real quick before we get to Baldy at 7:30. What's up, Trey? Good morning.
Hey, what's going on with you guys this morning, man?
What's
Top of the morning to you guys.
Top of the morning.
Hey, top of the morning. Hey, Ron, I want to get your opinion on something. And like I said, hey, I respect what Andrew Wiggins is, how he feels and everything like that. That's a personal decision. And, like, we shouldn't crush nobody over a personal decision. I get all that, and I do understand how important it is, how important it is to have the shot to keep everybody around you safe. So I do see both sides of the argument. But I was, wondering, with this might be a problem and everything like that, do you think the Warriors might, knowing what's going on in Philly with Ben Simmons, do you think they possibly entertain a trade for Wiggins for Ben Simmons? And how do you feel about that going forward for the Warriors?
Well, if it's Wiggins for Ben Simmons straight up, I think a lot of people will do that deal.
Yes.
A lot of people do that deal, Trey. And good. Thanks for the phone call.
Regardless of the vaccine status.
You would do the deal. But Philly ain't doing that deal. Philly's not doing a one-for-one for Ben Simmons. I would find it hard to believe that they would just say, you know what, straight up Ben Simmons. That would be a win for the Warriors. Yeah. Despite how I feel about Draymond and Ben Simmons being on the floor at the same time, it's a deal that you may think about, and it's like, you know what, he's younger. He's a very good defender. Finishes at the rim. There's some give and take there, but how could you say no to a deal straight up, Andrew Wiggins for Ben Simmons?
No,
it's tough.
No, you can't. Now,
you can't.
On the tip of I think what he's getting at there, without directly coming out and saying it, do you think the vaccination status of a player is going to affect their status within a team? Mm-hmm. No one's going to come out and say that. Mm-hmm. But when I watched all those roster cuts in the NFL, you look around. It has to be a factor, right? I think it would be naive if that wouldn't be a factor. You're just making it more difficult on your roster because this is all, oh my gosh, one of these guys contracts COVID, then my entire room of running backs or quarterbacks or whatever is going to be susceptible to not playing over the weekend. It does make things more difficult, more tricky. That again, this is not an easy conversation to have,
no doubt.
And people get so fired up over it. I feel like we're trying to be as measured as possible on this while respecting his opinion. But his thing about being private, you can keep it private. But this is a public issue. You play on a public team, you're making millions and millions of dollars on a public squad that is selling itself to the community. So I know there's a level of personal, but there's also a big level of public that's involved in this.
No doubt about it. And look, if the goal is for him to not miss any basketball games, the minute you start missing basketball games, then this gets ratcheted up another level here. Baldy's going to join us at 7:30, and my man Baldy was hot at the clock management of the 49ers at the end of the game. We're going to ask him why he was so mad about the clock management at the end of the game where the Niners lose to the Packers 30-28. He's going to join us at 7:30 here on a Detective Tuesday. Who, what, when, where, why? Who are the 2021 San Francisco 49ers? We'll dive into that right here on The Roast with Shasky and Bonte.
We love hearing from passionate fans.
Well, let me remind you, 2019 had DeForest Buckner.
million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Vontae and Shasky.
Is this that Eminem knocker? No? Which one is this?
This is Aesop Rock, along with Del the Funky Homo Sapien.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Oh, were you?
I was going to say like hieroglyphics or something. I'm serious. That's where I was going to go.
Hey, I
But
don't know
this
if
is
you
not
know
an
this.
Eminem beat.
Hey, B, I don't know if you know this, but you need to go to the 95.7 The Game social media account.
Why do I need to do that?
Because you got to check out me and Jerry Rice Unplugged. Jerry Unplugged. The first edition's up now.
So
and I
wait a
ask him
minute.
a question about golf and his dream foursome. You have to hear. He gives 2 separate answers. And the second answer is going to really impress you. But you got to go to 95.7 The Game. You got to check
Wait
us
a
out on
minute.
YouTube.
Wait a minute.
You got to check it out on Instagram. You got to check it out on Twitter. Search 957 The Game. And it's all brought to you by Golden State Lumber.
Golden State Lumber. So,
and one of my boys is building a deck in his backyard, my buddy Caulfield. And I
Right.
told him he needs to go to Golden State Lumber.
Yeah.
He needs to go there on Bayshore, pick out either brand new wood. I recommended Trex because they have all the different
Right.
little Trex like cut ups so you can look at what the color looks like. You can bring a piece
yeah.
back to the house and kind of match it up and see what you like. When you live in a fog area, so if you're in Half Moon Bay, Bodega Bay, San Francisco,
Alamany.
yeah, Alamany, right? You get a lot of fog. I'm telling you, spend a little extra, get yourself that composite deck. You will appreciate it over time.
Wow. Look, 415-510. There actually is an Eminem song with that beat. Crack a
see?
Bottle featuring Dr. Dre. It's good knowledge there. Real quick, I got questions.
knew there was.
I have questions here. So you got to sit down with Hunter Pence all season long.
Uh-huh.
Now you get to sit down with Jerry Rice.
Uh-huh.
And you're talking about foursomes in golf.
Uh-huh.
Did you insert yourself in one of the foursomes?
I did not, but Jerry might have said something that would make me happy.
There's no way.
You
There's
gotta
no
go.
way.
You gotta go check it out, my man.
By the way, Jerry Rice is on our screen right now, working out, running. Dude, guys.
He was at the
guy,
game.
He was at the game.
So he was at
still
the game.
looks like
he was
he's
in the
shape.
front row.
Yeah.
He had the suit on
Yep.
with the big, giant gold chain.
He
and the
always
SF.
wears a suit with the big chain.
Yeah, and my boy goes, "That's Jerry Rice, right?" In the front row. I'm like, I don't know. Let me text him. Curly is laughing so hard behind the glass. He is laughing so hard behind the glass. Me and Jerry, we just homies. I do not have a cell phone. Damn, you're just gonna leave it dead silence like that?
I mean, this guy. Yeah, that,
Curly,
I just had to let that one breathe.
Curly, you gotta
that was
laugh.
such a flex.
You gotta laugh on air for it.
Yeah.
The joke to hit.
Hey, tell Chuck Curly.
Yeah, turn the mic
on.
Yeah.
Turn the mic. Look, I had to just leave that one alone because Shasky probably did say that. And it's such a flex. It's such a flex. Like, the minute he gets Steph Curry's number, I'm angry that I introduced him to Steph Curry. Because now he's going to be like, yo, his boy's going to be sitting there and chasing her. Shasky's going to be in the suite, or he's going to have Bob Meyer tickets.
Yep.
And Steph's going to come over and say what's up to him, and they're going to talk golf. And, hey, that's my boy Steph Curry, y'all. It's nothing.
If you're just tuning in right now, you're driving around in the Bay Area.
Curly.
Yesterday, we were at Golden State Warrior Media Day, and Bonte and I, we showed up a little late because obviously our show ended, and we went straight on down there. And we're standing in the back, and all the media people are sitting down at their seats, and then Bob Myers finishes up and wraps up, and he comes over and he daps us up. And, dude, I felt like the coolest person.
Dude,
Curly. It was great.
Crack the mic, Curly. You're laughing
Curly,
right now.
admit, I'm
Curly,
dropping bars this morning.
What's up with your boy, man? Curly, help me out here.
So for people who aren't watching on Twitch and YouTube, Bonte, the look of disgust when he dropped, I'm going to hit up Jerry Rice on your face, and the silence, the first time I think you've been silenced on this show for more than 3 seconds, was amazing. Go back and watch it. It's absolutely fantastic.
So it's my facial expression.
Oh yeah,
that
you were
got
completely
laughing. Not the
disgusted.
joke itself.
Well,
It was
Joe turned
actually a good
around
joke.
and made a face at me, which was
I know.
hilarious because he thought he hit a home run with that.
So everybody on Twitch and YouTube, and thanks to everybody watching us on Twitch and YouTube. Brian Baldinger will join us at 7:30. He's running hot about the clock management of the San Francisco 49ers. Can't wait to dive into it with Brian Baldinger. He joins us every single week on a Tuesday morning at 7:30 here on the Morning Roast. He's the smartest man in football, NFL Network, former player. We'll do that at 7:30. But Shasky has this tendency to drop a joke and turn around and look at Langford and Curly to get approval of the joke.
Yes.
To get approval, like, was it a good joke?
Satisfaction.
So he looks at Langford and Curly. Curly laughs at anything.
Everything.
He can say, hey, Curly, the sky's gray. My man. That's so funny. Langford will just look perplexed, like, why are you looking at me? And then Langford will drop the little dun-dun-dun rim shot. And so that's what kills me. He will tell the joke to me and turn around real quick and look at Langford and Curly.
I mean, I was just on my computer, though. I thought he was dead serious. I thought, okay, well, I mean, they've done Elevator Tailgate twice. Maybe they become friends. I don't know. Joe's probably creeped him out with his insane amount of knowledge that he has on his career. But I thought you were dead serious. Like, let me text Jerry real quick.
I thought he was dead serious, too. I was like, what a flex.
Hey.
Just the greatest player to ever live outside of Tom Brady now, because I think Tom Brady's now in a conversation. He can't help himself.
Tom is the best.
Well, don't tell Jerry that.
I would not.
Don't tell Jerry that.
In the presence of Jerry, you're the greatest. In the presence of Steph, you're the greatest. Depends who I'm with.
Tyler Miller on YouTube. Tyler Miller on YouTube. Shasky is hood rich now. You're hood rich now. You got a hood card.
Oh,
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
So just to give people who are driving around the Bay Area right now an idea, Bonte is against what would be the window looking out at Battery and Broadway.
Right.
Okay, he looks at me. I'm looking at him back to the boys behind the glass who are in the studio, all right? So imagine they're in another room, almost like the interrogation room, and they can look in to what we're doing.
I like
so
that.
after I drop a joke or something that I deem to be hilarious, I will spin around like Steph Curry shooting a three, knowing that it's going in, and I look over, and I want a little bit of laughter or something coming from the back room, and I know that the joke hit. And so every time I look back and I see John Curley, I mean, he's got bellyache laughs.
John Curley is, I mean, he's a goofball.
He's an easy audience.
He's an easy audience, so you get the guy laughing at anything. All you got to do is look at John Curley for 5 seconds, and he starts busting in laughter.
All right. So here's the question that I have for you, and I want to ask Baldy in about 4 minutes when he comes on. Brian Baldinger breaks down all the All-22, everything. I mean, he's the best. You got to hear it, and we have great conversations every single week because he gives you unemotional, like, this is what it is.
Yeah.
Who are the 2021 49ers right now?
Who are they, Shasky, to you?
Well, to me right now, I think they're a team that has a lot of high-end talent, and they have some really bad cluster injuries that are going to probably do in their season long term. Like, in terms of being a contender, there are certain things that I deem to be fatal flaws. The cornerback situation feels like a fatal flaw. The running back situation right now feels like a fatal flaw. You put those two together, I don't think it's a thing that you can overcome. Can you be a playoff team? Can you have a successful year on a variety of levels? Yes. But to win a championship, that feels unlikely. So I'm trying to recalibrate here. The other part of this is the offensive line that I deem to be an absolute strength of the team. I think there's a couple of flaws on it. And I think right guard, when it gets exposed the way it did in this game against a guy, Kenny Clark, who's a very good player, but
2 weeks in a row.
He's not. He is not Aaron Donald.
But it's 2 weeks in a row.
I know. And Fletcher Cox did it to them as well.
Hargraves did it to him.
Yep.
And now you get Kenny Clark. And now you got Alex Mack, who I'm concerned with. Well, the center position for the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan has just not been good.
No.
The center spot has not been good.
And even Arizona's got J.J. Watt. I know we think that he's a shell of himself, but he can make plays. So I'm looking at this team, B, and I'm just saying to myself, they got a lot of high-end talent. I'm still not sure what the quarterback's going to give me on day-to-day basis. There's times from, like, possession to possession. Jimmy can go from, like, top, 10, 11, 12 quarterback in the league. And then, like, the very next possession, it's like, dude, he's bottom 5. Like, it's his variance drive to drive, play to play,
Right.
game to game is so all over the place.
No doubt. By the way, this text
So
is
I just
funny.
don't know. Like right now, they're a team that's got a lot of high-end talent
And a lot of flaws.
And that's why I just don't think they're a very great team right now. I think
No.
they're a good team.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're a good team right now. 415 Rice saves Shasky's number on the cell is blocked. Yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. No, when you watch the Eagles last night just get decimated by the Dallas Cowboys, and I'm like, that Niners team struggled like the Eagles were an NFC championship contender, and the Eagles are far away here. Here's who the 49ers are to me, as I remind everybody to download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game to get breaking news updates, as well as links to the top interviews. Michael Irvin on DRK yesterday, and the best moments on the game, powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. I'll look at the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan. There's been a lot of injuries. It's a common theme with Kyle Shanahan-led football teams. I don't know what it is. You could blame the turf. You could blame the practices. But for whatever reason, a lot of guys drop like flies under Kyle Shanahan. This is an inconsistent football team right now. And I think we're going to find out a lot more on Sunday against the Seattle Seahawks on who the 2021 49ers are. And I'm going to say it right now. Jimmy Garoppolo, watching the game back, was just not good. He was not good enough. Kyle Shanahan was just not good enough. We got a slew of Kyle Shanahan sound that we'll play for you after Brian Baldinger. He discusses the 4th-and-1 decision to punt the football. Does he regret it or does he not? He talked about the fourth quarter struggles, talked about the slow starts, talked about the pass rush outside of Nick Bosa. This is a very flawed football team right now, Shasky, and maybe I overrated them going into the season. Maybe I overrated them.
Don't you think that the let's just look at the defensive line for a second. We thought that was the strength of the team. Looking back on it, I think part why I thought it was the strength of the team was some of the guys we gave benefit of the doubt in terms of name recognition and what they've done in the past. Armstead, Bosa, D Ford, Kinlaw showed flashes last year.
Arden Key we had hopes for.
Well, and that's the other part I was going to get into. Then watching the one-on-one drills, you're like, wow, look at this D-line.
Right.
They are overpowering this offensive line. Looking back and going, maybe the offensive line is just not as good, anywhere near as good as I thought they were, and I overrated the D-line.
Alex Mack, I'm thinking about Alex Mack, and I'm thinking, man, the Raiders gave away Rodney Hudson for nothing to Arizona.
I would have loved
and
to
he
have him.
solidified their offensive line. Maybe they picked the wrong center.
It might have been the case, but that goes back to Kyle Shanahan and personnel. That goes back to his guys and people he likes. I do want to have a conversation about Kyle Shanahan and the autonomy that he has on the roster and just the personnel decisions.
Right.
Because I think there's a fascinating conversation in terms of how much control do you allow an individual to have, and compare and contrast his control power versus some of the other players in the NFL.
There's no doubt there's a lot of Shanahan's players calling the play. He's calling the plays. He's the head coach. And he's basically got the final say on personnel decisions. That is a lot to have on your plate for a first-time head coach. But let's not wait any longer, man. We got Brian Baldy, coming up on the Morning Roast.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
Baldy joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. We love Baldy. You see him on NFL Network. He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, and he breaks down the game better than anyone. And he broke down the Niners-Packers, of course, as the Niners lose their first game of the season, a home opener at Levi Stadium, 30-28. And let's just start right here, Baldy, with the end of the game. Clock management. What was your opinion on the clock management at the end of the game with the 49ers having control of the game? Packers have no timeouts. And, of course, the Packers go down with 37 seconds and kick the game-winning field goal to get the victory at Levi's.
37 seconds is just too much time. Now, they had opportunities in the final 2 plays there, Kittle catch, and to be able to take time off the clock. They're snapping it too early. I mean, here's the deal is you're down 27-21. The only thing that wins the game is a touchdown. But you really want to win the game with no time on the clock, not to give Aaron Rodgers just not one throw. And so when you're thinking about how you're going to score, and you always have to score, to win. But at the same time, you've got to take as much time off the clock. They finished the game with 3 timeouts. Like, they had timeouts if they needed more time. But you can't snap the ball with 12 seconds to go. And that's what they were doing the last two plays. I thought there were opportunities right there. I thought there's too much experience on this football team not to, run more clock off than they did before they scored.
And so, Brian, let's elaborate on this because this is a crucial sequence. We've seen Tom Brady literally throw balls away just to burn time to not give the other team any opportunity before they kick a field goal. Now, this one, they needed 6 points. So is it on the coach, the quarterback? Like, how are we breaking this thing down? Like, how does this normally go down when it comes to the offense and them reviewing what happened and where it went wrong?
Well, the coach can talk to the quarterback, up until 15 seconds, left. And, the final reminder, I would think, would just be, hey, take as much time off the clock as you can right here. Like, we're going to score. We've got the plays. We've got them on their heels. We're taking the ball down the field here. Kittle did a good job of staying in bounds on his first down catch to the sidelines where the clock had to keep running. That was good. And, but at that point right there, just let it keep going. Like, you could be in hurry-up mode, but once you're under the center, just have an eye on the play clock. Run as much of that clock off as possible. I mean, 37 seconds, as we know now, we've seen it in a lot of games this year. A lot of these games are coming down to the final minute. Can you make the play at the end? The Raiders did it a couple weeks ago, threw 2 passes in the final 37 seconds, kicked the game-winning field goal. Like, it can happen.
Yep.
So, I mean, I know it's all situational football. You rehearse these things all the time. But rehearsing them and talking about them, like, you've got to do it in real time.
Baldy, you're a former player, obviously, and you guys go through drills. How much emphasis is put on clock management? Because a theme with the Shanahan-led 49ers, we think about Super Bowl 54. Heck, last week against Philadelphia, I thought there was a lack of sense of urgency until they hit Debo for the big play. But you look at the previous plays, it's like, man, what are they doing? Tick, 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 tick. How much emphasis is put on clock management at an NFL practice these days?
Well, I think there's always an emphasis on it. I mean, every single practice field has a play clock, a scoreboard. I mean, everybody has something that they can kind of run these drills with, whether it's even in a walkthrough situation where you're cognizant of it, or you're dialing up plays and situations where literally it's all about the clock and how many plays you can run and, drive the field in the final minute. I mean, these games are coming down to the final minute.
Right.
So many of them. And so can you make the play or not make the play? So I just thought they had an opportunity there. I mean, it didn't, ultimately you still got to make the stop on defense and a lot of other things that happened during the game that could have, not put them in that situation. But, I thought there were plenty of opportunities to win that game a lot earlier than what happened.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And we're going to go through all of those. Let's go to the final drive for the Green Bay Packers. I'm sitting in the end zone right after the Niners score. I turned to my cousin and my buddy. I'm like, oh, gosh, I think they might have left too much time on the clock here. Like, this is not good. And then they run these routes where they clear out the safeties, and then Devontae comes coming across and just kind of slips behind Fred Warner, but underneath the corners and the safeties because they get pushed out. And Aaron Rodgers just throws an absolute dime. Devontae was just killing them all day there. And then he sits down and gets obviously another pass at the end. What went wrong for the 49er defense there? Because I was left just baffled that they would leave that guy open.
Well, they were playing zone, so there's going to be holes in the zone. Now, I heard Aaron Rodgers say that they tweaked this particular play, like on Thursday. And so this is how he operates. And so both inside receivers, just all their job was to clear that out for Devontae to come underneath. And, they had a wicked, chip block on Nick Bosa to slow him down. So Aaron Rodgers knew he needed an extra tick. But they were just clearing it out for Devontae to come. I mean, I don't know, Fred Warner, if his fingernails weren't clipped, he probably, deflects that ball. So it was that close. Fred knew where it was going. You could tell. But still, you get the ball to the 50-yard line there. And, now you really hold your breath because, of what the situation is.
Brian Baldinger here on 95.7 The Game on the Morning Roast. And that last play to Devontae Adams, I'm looking at the press box, Baldy, and Diamador Lenore, rookie out of Oregon. And we discussed this all week. A week ago, it's like, boy, with the cornerback situation, Lenore's a solid player. I like what I've seen from the rookie so far. But veteran quarterbacks, especially guys like her, they're going to see number 38 and say, all right, we're dialing it up. And when they had Devontae Adams lined up with Diamador Lenore, felt like it was one-on-one. What could D'Amico Ryans have done differently there? Is that a situation where Baldy, the defensive coordinator, saying, look, anybody but Devontae, we're doubling number 17, beat us somewhere else?
Well, I mean, the zone kind of doubles them, but they're just too loose with it. I mean, there's just too much space. Now, part of it, to me, said, you know, if they throw this ball with 16 seconds inbounds, they're not going to have enough time to catch it, get down, clock it, and kick the field goal. But if that's what they're thinking, then that's bad clock management. Because as soon as Aaron Rodgers releases that ball, he's running to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
To be in position. Like, you could see it. Like, they have rehearsed this. So I just thought there's no point in the safety just retreating. They're not throwing a touchdown ball here. Like, you could tell Devontae's just the in cut that he makes right here. And there's just too much room. There's just too much space right there. Like, that's right at the field goal marker for Crosby. I mean, they had that thing measured perfectly. Devontae, you know, as soon as he catches, he curls up like, you know, it's like a little baby taking a nap is basically what he did. But they had rehearsed this. You could see the offensive linemen, and they got a bunch of young guys. They all sprinted to the football, and they had plenty of time to clock it, you know, and to go kick that, you know, that game-winning kick there.
Yeah.
I just thought they were too loose on that particular coverage. I can't put it on the rookie. I mean, you just got to tighten it up. There's only one place that ball is going, and that's the game plan situation.
Yeah.
Like in fourth downs, third downs, I mean, basically every situation that is critical or crucial is going to 17.
If you would have told me he had 250 yards and 25 catches in that game, I would have believed you because it felt like he was open all day. But Aaron Rodgers, I thought threw like a master class in quarterbacking at so many, like the throws that he was making, just the placement, the touch, the ability to beautifully lead a guy downfield. Like this to me was one of the great games. I know the stats don't show it, but Baldy, I saw a guy just in complete control out there, and I was just so impressed with Aaron Rodgers. What did you see?
I saw the same thing. I mean, I see it basically every single week, but he's basically, you know, so I just thought, you know, they have done a better job of affecting Aaron Rodgers before, you know, championship games, regular season. They didn't blitz much at all in this game. Now, teams are afraid to blitz Aaron Rodgers, afraid to blitz Patrick Mahomes because they recognize it. But you've got to, like the way that they chip block Nick Bosa to really knock him out, you know, a bunch of times. Like, if I'm the 49ers right now and I'm watching what teams are doing, Green Bay was great at it. But, like, I'm putting Bosa inside. He could beat guards just as easily as he could beat tackles. But you've got to start moving him around. I mean, I know he plays right side, left side. But they're lining up with these chip blocks, and Aaron Jones and Robert Tonyan, their only job is to chip Bosa. Like, they're not trying to get out in the route. I mean, if they get out late, so what? You know, their job is to slow him down. I mean, he's you know, he's the maestro. So they did a great job of it. But I thought, look, they had a left tackle making his first start, a left guard making his second start, and a center and right guard that have made their third start. Like, I just thought the defensive line had to do a much better job in this game than what they did. Like, they affected some of it, but they had to dominate it, and they didn't do that.
No, you're spot on, Baldy. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Now let's get to number 10, Jimmy Garoppolo. He's tied with Jacoby Brissett with the least amount of 20-yard completions down the football field, and the number is 1 for Garoppolo, which came in Week 1 to Deebo Samuel. On that 79-yard touchdown where he chucked it up and Deebo made a great play. But, look, it's not about just the downfield passing. Just watching that game in person, Baldy, and Shatsky sitting in the end zone. He's got the all-22 view. I'm in the box, and I'm thinking – it just looks hectic in the pocket for Jimmy Garoppolo. It looks like a mess here. And there was one drive where they don't go for it on 4th and 1 at the 50. That drive, Baldy, I'm scared for Deebo. I'm scared for Ayuk. I'm scared for Kittle. It was nothing but car accidents what Jimmy Garoppolo's leading him into. It just didn't look like he had a great grasp of the game. And with all that said, he did give the Niners a lead at the end of the game, but it just didn't look good for Jimmy G. What did you see on film from Jimmy?
Well, I mean, obviously there was, it was another first half struggle. You know, they couldn't do much right, and, you know, they couldn't convert third down, stay on the field. And so, part of it is they didn't really have a healthy running back that they trusted. I mean, Trey Sermon got a couple carries. But, they had to put Trey Lance in the game just to run it in from the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
They're just hamstrung there. So, how many carries can, Juice get? Or, how many fly sweeps can you run to Deebo Samuel? I mean, you got to try to balance it up a little bit, and so you're not throwing it every down. But that's, they were really short-handed at the running back position, and it showed up a bunch. I actually thought, they played Trey a little bit more than they did. But all that being said, down 17-0 to come back and take the lead 28-27, I don't know. I mean, I give Jimmy a bunch of credit for being able to bring him back. I mean, threw the one deep ball down the middle of the field, and, it was a great play by Jair Alexander, take it away from Kittle. Mm-hmm. Kittle probably catches that ball if Jair's not there. But I thought Green Bay, honestly, I said this to one of their defensive backs this week, I thought they really changed things up. Joe Barry he had a lot of different looks that I think, and I'm not, only Kyle would know this, but I thought, Kyle's game planning and he's calling plays and he's getting different looks than I think he anticipated. Zone when he thought it was man, they played quarters when he thought it was going to be a different coverage. And so I just thought Green Bay changed up a bunch of what they do and what they have done for this game to take a lot of that deep stuff away.
Yeah, interesting. You brought up Trey Lance a couple of times in some of these answers. He obviously had the touchdown run where Trent Williams just plows somebody. He had the little scramble where he opened things up. I think they got a defensive hold and got the ball at the 1 yard line. What would you like to see them do with Trey Lance? Because I feel like they needed a little pop, and I need this kid to play a little more. I'm not sure I give him the reins all the way, but what would you do, Brian, to get Trey involved here?
It's it's a real conundrum. I want to play him more. I want to see him have a bigger part. He obviously can throw it. Mm-hmm. He obviously has a big arm, that can just air it out. And he's mobile. So there's a lot of ways. And I'm not saying Jimmy Garoppolo needs to be benched or anything like that. I believe in Jimmy. But I do think there's a way to get him more involved. And I don't know what that is. I thought I would see more, especially the last 2 weeks. I thought I would see more within the framework of the design of the offense than what I've seen in the last 2 weeks. And I thought there were opportunities, especially when the team was struggling in the first half, to get him those opportunities. But I don't know, honestly, what the answer is at this point. I know they want to run the ball better than they're running it, and he can help them do that. But he's more than that. He's a threat to throw it, to move the pocket, bootlegs, all the stuff that are all a part of the fabric of this offense. He can do all of those things. But I also know you got to get your quarterback into a rhythm, and he got into a rhythm. When he did, the ball, the offense jumped and it moved and they took the lead. So there's just a balance there. And I'm not so sure if you really ask Kyle without the hot lights in his face, if he knew. I'm not so sure, or John Lynch, and whatever their game planning they're doing during the week, I don't know that they know right now what the right situation is.
That's interesting. Why are they struggling in the first half of these games offensively?
Well, you got to convert third downs. I mean, it's always the big down, and they 3rd and 1, they didn't make it. Early in that game. And so you look at these situations, and same thing happened against Philadelphia. You got to stay on the field to get into your game plan. 3rd and 6, on the opening series of the game, they miss Sanu. It's not a great play design. 3rd and 1, they throw it. I'm saying, okay, are they really want to throw it on 3rd and 1 with Trent Williams there? And Laken Tomlinson and Kittle as a blocker? Do they really want to throw it on 3rd and 1? At the San Francisco 34-yard line, 4th and 1. Do you really want to, punt that ball? I mean, I don't know. I just think that there's things in that first half, especially in the first quarter, where you got to get this offense in a rhythm, and they're just not able to sustain offense to get a rhythm.
So what's going on with Seattle? We'll see Seattle this Sunday at Levi Stadium in a monster matchup in the NFC West. The Niners trying to get back on track after losing their home opener. But Seattle loses 2 in a row. They get blitzed by Minnesota. Kirk Cousins has all day to throw. What is going on with the Seahawks right now, Baldy, before we get you out of here?
Well, they haven't been able to really create a pass rush for 2 years now. And so they got a blitz to do it, and they kind of get burned when they do. But, it's just not – it's the defense, they haven't been able to build a defense, since they paid Russell Wilson all that money. And they just don't have the level of players that they need that they once had, where they were stacked on the defensive line. They were stacked in the secondary, obviously, with the Legion of Boom. They haven't been able to build that side of the ball up. Minnesota did whatever they wanted to do in that game. That was not a good performance, by Seattle's defense. But that's who they are right now.
Wow, Baldy, you're the best, man. We'll talk to you next Tuesday and recap the Niners and Seahawks, a big-time matchup in the NFC West. You're the best, Baldy.
Okay, take care, Bonte. See you guys.
Thank you.
Ryan Baldinger here on 95.7 The Game on the Morning Roast. Couple takeaways there.
Okay.
Couple takeaways.
Give me your first one.
Trey Lance should play more. Baldy thinks Trey Lance should play a little bit more. And when you watch that game Sunday against the Green Bay Packers, we're going to have Flem coming on at 8 o'clock. We'll talk some Giants here. It's big 6 games coming up.
Huge.
Can't forget about them. They're on the cusp of winning the NL West division title. Holding off the LA Dodgers and breaking that run of 8, 9, 10 straight, 20 straight. Feels like 25 straight for the Dodgers. But Trey Lance should play a little bit more, Shasky. I'm not just start him at this point. If you're gonna juggle back and forth, because when you watch that game over, and I thought a lot about this. I thought long and hard about this last night. Jimmy did not look good. He did not look good. And Seattle's defense is they're probably thinking, this is a get-right game for us against that quarterback. It's a get-right game for us. Trey Lance should play more. So when we talk about Detective Tuesday, who, what, when, where, why, the when is Trey Lance going to play? When is he going to start? And it feels like it's going to happen sooner rather than later. It really does.
Well, there's this common notion that Trey and all the rookies are going to all make mistakes, and yeah, they are. Right now, watching this offense, Bonte, how many complex reads is Kyle Shanahan giving Jimmy Garoppolo? Forget Trey. How many is he? I'm asking sincerely. How many? Hey, Jimmy, look to your second, third, fourth option. How many times is he really being asked to do that in a half?
Yeah, I don't.
Couple times?
Yeah.
Okay. Couple times. A lot of this stuff is very, hey, this is your read. It's short. Hit this guy. And Jimmy does an okay job. And a lot of guys do. I mean, heck, I've watched, and again, I'm not saying this player's good. Nick Mullins, by the numbers and by the data, has as many yards as anybody ever in the history of the game through 16 games.
Yeah,
right?
but we know numbers lie.
But what I'm saying is that Kyle's going to make it easy for someone to come in and hit their targets. Now, is there a variance in terms of having to push the ball down the field that Jimmy just refuses to do right now, and because the offensive line won't give him time? Absolutely. You're hoping that Trey Lance, A, is more willing to throw the ball down the field, and B, can buy a little bit of time, even behind a porous offensive line, to be able to deliver the ball down the field. And also, through 3 weeks, how many broken plays has Jimmy connected on? I saw it a couple times against Detroit. Since then, not a lot.
Not a lot. That's not his
game. And the guy who scrambled against Philadelphia multiple times, I didn't see that guy this week.
He looked like a mess in the pocket. The pocket presence, it was just alarming. And he missed throws, even on a deep route to George Kittle. Ross Dwelly's underneath, where if you're just checking down, you get about 20. And Jimmy got greedy there. Now, I get it. We want him to take more deep shots down the football field. But you know what? If the D shot's not there, just give me a completion. Get the offense moving. Get the offense rolling. And the clock management, it's on both Kyle and Jimmy. Cal's got to be in the headset. Hey, don't snap this football until there's 2 seconds left on the play clock. Well, the design is there, but don't snap the football yet. Jimmy's got to know that too. It's on both of those guys.
There's no doubt. But B, when we asked Baldy about the 2-minute drill for the Green Bay Packers with 37 seconds left, he instantly went to, they've been practicing this in practice all week. This little subtle nuance to get them yardage late in the game that they implemented immediately.
Right.
They literally were working on it this week. Okay, that to me is profound. Are we working on clock management? Because I feel like it happens every single week. All I hear about is the move the ball drill, the move the ball drill, the move the ball drill from the beat writers. How about the look at the clock drill? Where's that one? How about the don't snap until you see the whites of their eyes? You know what I mean?
So, look, here we go again.
I'm going American Revolution on you.
Yeah, here we go again, though, because we talk about clock management. And we think about all the losses the Niners had in 2019. The Super Bowl.
Seattle.
That
game,
overtime.
After watching it back, it had a lot of Seattle Monday night feel to it.
Seattle.
Yes.
The Baltimore game. Mm-hmm. There was clock management issues there at the end of the first half. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It's a theme with Kyle Shanahan-led teams, and here we go again with the Trey stuff. You bring up Trey Lance around here. This is the deal, folks. Quarterback controversies, quarterback battles, competitions, it's not all fun. If you're a Jimmy fan, this sucks. But it's obvious. It is obvious when you look at the quarterback
They
play.
traded up to get him. It's not a controversy.
It's not.
It's an inevitability.
Look, and I like Jimmy. He's a nice guy. But my own two eyes, I said, damn, this guy looked, everything was fluttered. Receivers had to really fight for the football. Now, maybe it's part of the play design where guys don't get a lot of separation. And Jimmy did help them rally from a 17-0 deficit. But let's be real. Let's be real about something. Cannon's kickoff return right before halftime got the Niners cooking. So they were able to get the ball at the 32-yard line and have a short
great
field.
return.
Great return that got the Niners
Electric.
going. Trey Lance scores a touchdown. All right? Yeah, he had a couple drives there. But, man, it's just
well, and I think that's one of the things
it's going to happen. When Brian Baldinger saying, I think Trey should play more. Mina Kimes, we're going to play that sound. Trey Lance should play more. You don't hear this often about quarterbacks, man. This is, I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of people saying, like, well, look what he did on the final drive. What about the 3.5 quarters leading up to the final couple minutes? Like, all of that stuff that puts you in those positions forces you to be in a do-or-die situation.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just omit the first 3.5 quarters because you had a drive that ended up, putting the team back in a position to win. You didn't win the game, all right? How many times do we credit Steph Curry for sitting halfway through the fourth quarter? Why, Bonte? Because he was outstanding for 3.5 quarters and put that game away. It's great that you're clutch. That was a great drive. And he had some big boy throws. That throw to George Kittle was a big boy throw. But there's too much nothing for 2, 3, 3.5 quarters. And it's multiple weeks in a row. I don't think Philadelphia is that good.
They're not. They don't look that good.
Now, that game, I think they matched up very well against the 49ers, which is the subtle nuance that people don't want to admit. So you can't just go, play the results. Look at how bad Dallas, beat them down last night. They're not a good team. That win means nothing. No, that win meant something. And they battled and they got that bad boy. So Jimmy's not some bum. It's just the team and the offense needs more.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's get to Dave Flemming here and talk some Giants. We're going to get back into the 49ers. We will get back into the Niners. Because it's not just about Jimmy. It's about Kyle, too. And Kyle's going to get this heat just like Jimmy is. Everybody can get it. We're going to talk Trey. We're going to talk Jimmy. We're going to talk Kyle. We'll get back to that. But Dave Flemming coming up because we got to talk some Giants here. They got a big injury here. How do they overcome the loss of Brandon Belt? We don't know the timetable. We'll get some insight from Dave Flemming, one of the many great voices of the San Francisco Giants. We'll talk to Flem coming up here on The Roast.
Don't miss NFL insider Peter King with Damon, Ratto, and Kolsky. Today at 2:30.
by calling 925-393-0100. Call SF Bay Wellness today. 925-393-0100. That's 925-393-0100. And schedule your $99 neuropathy special. Be pain-free in 2021.
Can you pick winners? Well, then you can win cash. It's that simple. In the Rocket Mortgage Pro Football Pickup, just pick the most games right this week, and you can score $1,000. Just like that. No lineups, no spreads, no rosters, and a brand new game each week. The Rocket Mortgage Pro Football Pickup. It's totally free to play, so enter now by texting PICS to 20357. That's PICS to 20357.
All season, you can follow your favorite team no matter where you are on Odyssey, your audio home for football. Odyssey brings you local sports talk across the NFL's biggest markets. Get Monday morning reactions and exclusive interviews with football pros like Patrick Mahomes, Mac Jones, and more. Even check out what your rivals are up to with local coverage and fan reactions from their stations, plus podcasts for your team. We've got you covered from all angles. Stay in touch with the heartbeat of your team, even when you're thousands of miles away. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Did you know that United Healthcare helps connect you to doctors and therapists with 24/7 access to virtual care?
So I could have therapy from my couch?
Yep.
Or a doctor appointment from my car?
If you wanted to.
Wait, you're right. I don't even like when people see me sing in the car. Couch appointment it is. Virtual visits are just one of the ways United Healthcare helps connect you to better health. Learn more at uhc.com. Plan benefits may vary.
O'Reilly. Ready for an oil change? Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to get everything you need. Right now, get 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $28.95 and earn double O rewards points with your purchase. Protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil. On sale now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer Wet Jet. With Swiffer Wet Jet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer Wet Jet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
What's up, players? Ryan Covey here from The Final Word, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky. You've heard him call college football
4th and goal. Nolan will try to sneak it, and he pushes in.
You've heard him call San Francisco Giants baseball.
So now Posey ranges away. Throws it so high, Posey will come in to score.
But we all know the crowning achievement in his career. He's our 95.7 The Game Giants insider.
To me, Buster is one of the top 10 catchers in the history of the game right now as of today, and that should be easily good enough to put him in the Hall of Fame.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Flemming.
He's one of the best in the business, college football, golf, and of course, Giants baseball. Dave Flemming. He's brought to you by the County of Santa Clara and Gordon Plastering. Dave, good morning. Good to have you on every single week. And boy, Giants needed a day off yesterday. We all needed a day off yesterday after the Giants sweep the Rockies for the second straight time. Real quick, before we get into Brandon Belton, what's going on with the Giants, when's the last time? Had they ever won 6 straight at Coors Field?
They never had. That's the first time they've ever done it, and it's the first time any team has ever done that within one season. So no team in the same season had ever won 6 games in a row at Coors Field.
That's insane. That's insane.
That's almost as insane as Dustin Johnson going 5-0 in the Ryder Cup,
Dave. And then having an even better press conference afterwards.
We'll get into that. Good news, Giants got the first team to win 6 straight at Coors Field. They're up 2 on the Dodgers going into this final homestand of the regular season. 3 against the D-backs and 3 against the Padres. Of course, the end of the season. But the bad news coming out yesterday is Brandon Belt, who has been Oh, he's been red hot. And that may be an understatement. Gets hit by a pitch Sunday afternoon, 93-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball, has a fracture in his left thumb. We don't know the timetable here, but just a tough blow. What did you hear about Brandon Belt? Is it possible for him to be part of the postseason?
I think it's possible. I think we'll probably get a little more info today. The Giants were going to spend yesterday, after doing the X-rays, talking to a couple of their hand specialists. I think Dr. Hansen is their number one hand specialist, and unfortunately, over the years, he and Brandon have dealt with one another before. So I think there's a good relationship there. And then we'll see. I mean, it's in a finger, it's possible for a fracture to be very small, and therefore, after a few days of healing, maybe you can brace it up and somehow play with it. We'll see. I mean, I think it's very unlikely we'll see him the rest of this week. I don't know if that's 100% decided already. And it's a blow. It stinks. It's terrible news because he's been arguably the best hitter in the National League in the second half of the season. He's just been great. But it is not a death sentence. So I hope Giants fans aren't thinking that it's in a weird way. It's the beauty of this sport in that, we love our star players, but there's no other sport in that if Steph Curry breaks his thumb a week before the playoffs, the Warriors are sunk. It's over. They're done. If the quarterback breaks his thumb going into the playoffs, you're not going to win the Super Bowl. Baseball, that's not the case, not at all. And the other thing about it is, I was thinking about it last night because I was a little down like everybody. Like, man, the timing of this is just horrible. In a weird way, the Giants don't have to be nearly as good in the playoffs as they have been in the regular season. You go 3-2, and then 4-3 and 4-3, you win the World Series if you sequence it properly. And so there is a margin for error, and I think that should make everybody feel better that the Giants have the options to mix and match here for this final week and then see where they stand going into the playoffs.
Yeah, as someone who's broke his thumb many times, he's not lucky because getting hurt stinks, but the fact it's not his glove hand and it's not his bottom lead hand in swinging the bat, I think you should be encouraged. Like, I don't think it's going to be out that long. I think he could play with a splint at some point. He'll still be able to throw the ball. He'll have some struggles, but like squeezing the glove, if it were the other thumb, and that being the bottom, because he's a one-arm swinger on a lot of the low pitches, like that would have been a tough one for him. I think he can play in a couple weeks here, so I'm with you. But who fills in at first base for him? Like Darren Ruff obviously went on the 10-day here. He's going to come back maybe in a couple days. Who do you think that they play at first base in his absence?
Yeah, I haven't heard the update on Ruff today, whether he's still on track. Thursday, I think, is Ruff's day. That's the Bumgarner start, so that would be absolutely the perfect day if Ruff could get in there against Bumgarner. That would be ideal. I think you could see a mix and match. My guess is that for the next 2 days, probably Wilmer Flores will go over there, and Lamont Wade will stay out in the outfield. I mean, Wade can go play first, and then you can use Yastrzemski, Duggar, and Dickerson, and maybe they would decide to do that, with the left-handed starters or the right-handed starters these next 2 days. Maybe you go all lefty in the outfield, let Duggar roam around out there, and then have Wilmer off the bench whenever the Diamondbacks make a move. So I think Gabe Kapler, I'm sure, spent yesterday and Sunday thinking about those possibilities. Wilmer will get some at-bats here, though, this week, no doubt about that. And then Darren Ruff, I think, would be your guy. If Belt is out for an extended period of time, just thinking ahead against righties and lefties, I think Darren Ruff would be taking a lot of at-bats at first base.
Let me think outside the box here, because Gausman and Posey, they've been the battery, but then you get Casali on Sunday. We know sometimes pitchers, they just sync up with other guys a little better. What about Casali behind the dish when Gausman's there and Posey at first base? Do you think that might be an option?
I think it's a possibility in the playoffs. I doubt we will see that here this week. I mean, that's just that's not insider info. That's just my guess. I think in the playoffs you sort of almost anything's on the table, and especially against a lefty, you could see that as a possibility. Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly the way to think, is that We got to have every option on the table, be as creative as we can be, and Posey playing first base is definitely a possibility.
Dave Flemming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Flemming, of course, the voice of the San Francisco Giants, does a little golf, does a little college football. I don't even know how he has time in his hands for us here on the Morning Roast every single week. But speaking of Gosman, I thought that Sunday start was really important for him. And we keep saying this down the stretch. Every start is the biggest start ever. But 11 strikeouts, 6 innings. And this start, somebody in the starting rotation needed to get his club 6 innings, and Gosman did it Sunday against the Rockies to get the sweep. I think this is huge for him going into the playoffs.
That was the guy from the first half and from last year. That was the guy. And that's, I think, the first time. I mean, there have been glimpses of it. But that was Kevin Gosman that we've been watching for the last year, and who's been missing. Not that he's been terrible. He hasn't been terrible. Mm-hmm. He just hasn't been as good. And that if somehow he found something there, sort of found the feel of the split, that is a bigger development in the positive than even losing Brandon Belt on the negative side, because that is what you need in the playoffs. You got to have at least two guys. You know, I think if you want to make a deep run, mm-hmm. you can work around starting rotation problems in a couple different spots. But it's hard to do it with every spot or every spot but one. You can mix and match and have bullpen games and have Alex Wood for a 3 or 4 inning stint. There's lots of ways to do it. But if you don't have a couple anchors just to soak up some high-quality innings and match another ace for part of the game, then you're in trouble in the playoffs. And so the Giants just have to they don't need 9 innings from Kevin, but they got to have like 5 high-quality innings from a couple starters each time through the rotation. And that's where I was so encouraged on Sunday, because I just thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, I agree with you. He needed that big time for his soul. What about the kid Doval? I mean, just seeing what they've put together in this bullpen now. Obviously, Tyler Rogers has been a fixture, having a great year. Hopefully, McGee comes back into the fold at some point. But seeing Castro and Doval with Rogers, and hopefully McGee as well next year, I mean, forget this year for just a second. This is the makings of what could be a dynamic bullpen for the San Francisco Giants, not just for this postseason, but into the future.
Yeah, and they have more of them on the way. They had a great year in the minor leagues with pitchers like Doval and Castro. They've got 5 or 6 others circled as, quick risers, great stuff, swing and miss stuff, who can help a bullpen sooner rather than later. To me, Doval and Castro, Castro's a little different because this is his first stint up here, but Doval especially, Doval is a great lesson in, gosh, even if it doesn't work right away, you got that stuff. If you can just help a young pitcher channel his talent, polish up a few things, get some experience, get a little more comfortable out there at the highest level. Even a little patience and willingness to work at it can unlock some great performance. And Doval is a whole different guy. I thought it was cool, just the full circle aspect of it, because when we first saw him, probably the worst loss of the year, other than opening day for the Giants, was that one in early May in Denver.
Yep.
Doval. I mean, the Giants
15th of May.
What were they? It was 5-1 or something like that, going to the either the 8th or the 9th inning, and then in the 9th, Doval gives up the walk-off. He is not even the same guy. I mean, he's just a totally different pitcher, and he is a weapon. And not only will he be on the postseason roster, but he's going to be pitching in important spots, which there's no guarantee. I mean, he's still a baby. There's no guarantee that that's going to work out well. But I think you have to just the spots they've thrown him into. Machado, bases loaded. Will Smith, bases loaded on national TV. Those are adrenaline, high-pressure, playoff-like spots, and he's come through beautifully.
2-1 Sunday. He comes into the game in 2-1 ball game, and he strikes out the side. I was actually listening to you, Flip, on the way down to Levi Stadium, but there's something about Doval that gets you, Kruk, Kipe, all jacked up, because the guy's throwing 100, right? And we've seen Rogers, and he's got the riser, and you see McGee where he's throwing his fastball. But it's something about Doval's fastball with that filthy slider, too. It gets you guys going up there in the booth.
Yeah, well, it is. No offense to Tyler, who I just love as a pitcher. He's been one of the most valuable pitchers in baseball, but it is hard to punch up 83. It's hard to just feel like you're watching one of the great arms in history blow everybody away. Tyler's done a great job, but then it's funny. The Giants have had this great bullpen this year. They don't have anybody like Doval. All these other bullpens that we see around the game have 5 or 6 arms like that. Maybe not quite that electric, but the Giants do it in such a different way. Tony Watson slinging his changeups, and Tyler Rogers doing his thing, and Arlene Garcia with his changeup slider combo, and we needed 100 in this bullpen, and we got one now.
I am so pumped up for Doval, man. I love this
Shasky's
kid.
been calling full
lie.
disclosure. Earlier this season, he's like, man, this guy's got a future closer. I said, all right, let the guy get seasoned
right after
first.
that blown
It was
save.
right after that blown save.
I defended him.
I was like, Flemming, I was like, Shasky, just relax a little bit. Let the guy come back. And remember his first game back, he almost hit somebody in the head, but he settled down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sold on him. I'm all in on Doval now. And Shasky was the first to be on it.
If he throws strikes, he's going to have a great career. I mean, that, if he has figured out how to control his body and throw strikes, he's going to have a great career.
Yeah, I totally agree. And he's taking a little off the slider. He's devastating. But look, I'm looking at you, Dave, and you're one of the luminaries when we talk about the Bay Area fixtures of golf, people who care about golf. Ryder Cup this week. Bonte and I consider myself one of those luminaries as I throw myself in the category with you. And I was talking with another one of the golf luminaries, the guy who was on the Ryder Cup coverage, Steph Curry, yesterday.
Yeah.
Bonte and I ran into him. We were talking Ryder Cup. He was so fired up. I know you're fired up. Just unload all the Rambo takes like it's a machine gun on the Ryder Cup right now.
Well, weirdly, I was almost on Saturday afternoon, because I was watching like you guys were. I mean, I was almost rooting for Europe to make a little push just because, Sunday at the Ryder Cup with the thing on the line, there's very few days that I look forward to more than that. And there just wasn't a whole lot of drama, which speaks to how good that U.S. team was. They played great. The course was set up perfectly for them. They seemed to all get along. They found pairings. I'm screaming at Steve Stricker from my couch on Friday going, how, Cantlay and Schauffele just destroyed whoever they played on Friday morning, and you're splitting them up. What are you doing? And he just had the perfect touch with everything. It made me. I kept thinking all weekend long, like, how come we haven't been doing this whole time?
I know.
What is it that and it does make you wonder whether Phil and Tiger. There was just something about the force of those personalities and how big of a star those two guys were, that maybe it sucked the oxygen out of the room a little bit. And this is a little more balanced team where everybody can sort of feel a part of it. I don't know. I mean, that's just amateur psych stuff. But it sure was impressive because it's the most dominant Ryder Cup win in history.
Yeah, it is. And, I said to Steph yesterday as we were hanging out, I go, how about Bryson putting the putter down on the gimme putt? And the putter's like 55 inches because he uses this really long putter, and he's screaming and complaining about not getting a gimme putt. And, I said, yeah, that's kind of what my dad does. I mean, Dave, we all have that guy in our foursome who thinks every 4-footer should be a gimme.
Yeah, and that to me that was a little tired. Just like if I'm Europe and I'm playing from behind, I'm making them putt everything. Why not?
Absolutely.
This isn't our Saturday morning little match at the country club. This is the Ryder Cup, for God's sake. I would have made them putt everything. The wind's howling. Those putts were not total gimmies, I didn't think. So whether that was like a little trick for himself. Bryson had a good weekend though. Oh. I mean, isn't it weird how just taking off the dang hat makes you feel different about him? Like,
it's a great
part
point.
of it. You don't have to always do everything so different to the point where it feels like that's the only reason you're doing it. Like he's such a contrarian. Just to be a part of the team, I thought it was a really good weekend for him.
Well, it's going to be a great weekend for you too, Flem.
Go.
Get the goggles ready.
Let's go.
I feel like there's going to be some champagne showers happening this weekend
pumped.
down at Oracle Park. Giants up 2 games on the Dodgers with 6 to play. Just an incredible season. And I feel like with the Diamondbacks and Padres, we'll see what version of the Padres will come into town. But got a feeling, Flem, you'll be down there in the clubhouse doing some interviews this weekend while getting sprayed with some Moet.
I sure hope so. I got good at staying away from the champagne over those runs. I got pretty good at that. So I'll have to test myself. The thing is, this time of year, it's such a sports cliche, but you can truly just go one game at a time.
Yeah,
the Giants control their own fate.
No doubt.
You just say, tonight, can we win a ball game tonight against a team we're better than? And if you do that, then you get way closer. Every win gets you a huge step closer, and I'm sure that's going to be the approach for this team this week.
No doubt. Logan Webb on the mound tonight. We'll see if he could bounce back from
Thanks,
a rough
Dave.
start a week ago. We'll talk to you next week, Dave. Thanks. You're the best.
All right, great. Thank you.
He's the best.
Dave Flemming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and he was presented by the County of Santa Clara. You can get vaccinated now for free at any of the drop-in locations, including Eastside San Jose, Downtown San Jose, Gilroy, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and much, much more. Call 211 or visit scfreevax.org to find a drop-in closest to you, and presented by Gordon Plastering. What up, Gordon? What up, Gordon? Carl Gordon, all those guys. City College, by the way, is someplace for City College of San Francisco, rolling right now. Dave Flemming, of course, presented by Gordon Plastering. The Bay Area's best for plastering, drywall, and fireproofing. GordonPlastering.com.
Yeah, you're right there. And real quick on the golf thing, I told you the luminaries. Dave Flemming's one of them. There's 4 of them here if we were having a foursome. Obviously, Steph Curry's one. I'll take the 3rd spot just because I'm.
You'll just take it. You'll just take it. What about the 4th spot?
Jerry Rice, my guy. And if you want to see,
he's not going to get the 3rd spot. You're going to get the 3rd spot.
Well, I mean, I'm in the group somewhere. I don't know. Go to the 95.7 The Game social media account. Check out the Jerry Rice Unplugged. Jerry Unplugged. The first edition's up right now. And I asked Jerry Rice this exact same question. Who would be in your dream foursome? Just take family and friends out of it. Who are the celebrities, living, dead? Who would you want in there? He gives an answer that you have to see. Go to 95.7 The Game on Twitter, Instagram. You can go on YouTube. Check it out. You got to see what the answer is.
I'm actually scared of the answer.
This is brought to you by Golden State Lumber, by the way.
Yeah, I'm scared of the answer. And the fact that Golden State Lumber is presenting that, and the answer that I fear Jerry Rice gives is, I thought I was the only one that Bruce Bochy's eyes had. I feel like this answer is going to
be longer than my 50-second question.
I mean, I was like, where are we going here? Where are we going?
Well, I was stating facts as I was setting things up. Let's take things behind the scenes here.
Well, I tried to do that too, and it's like, that was a long-winded question.
Well, yeah, you're stretching it out like the pizza dough.
Sometimes you got to do that. You got to set it up. You got to show the guys, hey, I'm paying attention here. Because there's a lot of guests who go on shows and be like, man, those hosts didn't know what the hell they're talking about. So we try to prove that we know what we're talking about. But they can go a little long.
There's a time and a place. Sometimes I ask a short, quick question.
Quick
what's
hitter.
wrong with the 49ers secondary, Baldy? Very in and out. Sometimes, when I'm rubbing it up with my man Dave.
That doesn't happen often on this show.
No, it doesn't.
What would you say the average time of a question for both of us here is on this show?
Minute and a half.
Average time, 37.5 seconds.
Let me state 7 facts, 3 opinions, and 1 question.
Let me give you 3 nuggets.
Yeah.
A take, an opinion, and then I'll give you the question.
Like it's a burrito.
Right. Yeah.
Here's a burrito worth of material.
Here's a fully loaded one. I'm sur Baldy and Flip sometimes are scratching their head like,
where's the question in here?
What the hell are these guys talking about?
You asked him something really interesting about the Moet, right? With the celebrating the champagne. This is going to be one of their first ones with no Pablo in terms of celebrating. And Pablo was one of those guys, man. He partied hard. He was like one of the, what would you say, like the party animal of the squad?
Let me tell you a quick story about Pablo Sandoval. He goes to City College of San Francisco to take BP, talk to the kids. He's taking batting practice at Balboa Park. This is at Balboa Park in Louis Vuittons. Like, Louis Vuitton's ruined, and he's out there. He doesn't even care. 2 chains on, fat diamond earrings, and literally Louis Vuitton.
Was this pre-Boston or post-Boston?
No, this was pre-Boston, post-First World Series. And he looked like he had partied a lot. Yeah, he looked like he partied a lot that offseason.
So who on this team is going to be the replacement for Pablo? Who's the guy that's going to set the bar up real high? Because I already have someone in my mind who I think it's going to be. Who do you think?
That's a tough question. Who's going to be the party guy? Brendan Crawford may be an underrated, but he's going to be playing the tunes. He's going to be DJing. Gosh, I think it's going to be Estrada.
Oh, that's a good one.
Tyro Estrada, Wilmer Flores, and Yaz. I think Yaz is a sneaky party guy. Went to Vanderbilt, Nashville. I think he's a sneaky party guy.
Yeah, I think you're missing the obvious one here. It's Chris Bryant. I mean, come on. Look at that guy.
No, he's not the party guy.
Look at that guy.
He
Look
seems
at the hair.
so subdued.
No, you think?
Yeah,
Really?
no, Chris Bryant.
Am I reading
really?
the room wrong here?
Man, I don't know. Chris Bryant?
I feel like he's gonna like really
What about
show
Johnny
his-
Cueto?
Well, I mean, Cueto might come in on a pony. I mean, you know what I
Johnny
mean?
Cueto's
he
a
likes
party
the
guy.
horses.
All right,
you know,
Johnny Cueto.
He might get.
Look.
Yeah, I would not want Johnny Cueto partying because then they might owe him something in an injury settlement in the party celebration.
That's true. Look.
Do you bring in Michael Morse just to party?
No, he may get concussions. He may run into somebody. You don't want that.
Steven, who do you think is the party animal on this year's Giants team?
I think Brandon Belt low-key can be that guy. I've always wanted, though, to sit down and have a beer with Alex Dickerson out of everyone on this team.
That's a good call.
And a cheesesteak?
He has a very...
That's a good call.
He has a very... I've heard him on Damon Radowinkowski. He has a very dry sense of humor when
Grandpa.
he talks. So I think I'd get along with him pretty well.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Detective Tuesday.
Yeah.
Who, what, when, where, why. We've done the who are the 2021 49ers. The why. The why. What's the why today?
I don't know. What is the why?
I don't know. Why? We're going to ask why. We're going to ask why. What the why is. We're going to figure out the why during the break.
Here it is. Why does Kyle Shanahan have so much control over the 49ers? That's the why.
You want to go there?
I thought you were going to set this up and be all professional.
Yeah,
but
no, I
guess
didn't wanna
I'm the
be
one who's got to pick up the bootstraps and put on my suit.
I just wanted to go to break because I need some coffee. Coming back right here, 95.7 The Game.
Don't miss NFL insider Peter King with Damon Radowinkowski today at 2:30.
One game at a time, and we thank for Dave Flemming for putting this in check because our minds go to the Moet. We're thinking about the champagne showers. But we got to get back to the 49ers here because who are the 2021 49ers, and why does Kyle Shanahan have so much power with this football team? I wonder. First-time head coach, offensive coordinator. He's got the final say on personnel decisions. And right now, the personnel on the football team doesn't look all that hot in certain areas. So we'll get to Shanahan, but there's a lot to unpack from the Green Bay Packers game on Sunday night. And a lot of you roasters yesterday, you guys brought the heat. Again, I want to thank all the callers. I want to thank all the texters. YouTube, Twitch brought to you by Xfinity. You guys brought the heat. The phone lines were jacked up. They were jam-packed all day long, all morning long. You guys kept the phone lines lit, and you guys brought the fire. But it's time for Shasky and I to break down this game here with Kyle Shanahan and the clock management. This was an egregious error that can happen if you want to go be a postseason football team, Shasky. The clock management is something. We're going to play some sound. There's the sound about the 4th and 1, about how Kyle Shanahan felt about that. But just the clock management, Shasky, I can't get over it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that continues to rear its ugly head. At what point did Andy Reid become good at the clock?
I think he got a clock management guru like Sean McVay.
Okay, but did it also coincide, and I'm asking out loud, I don't know the answer. Did it also coincide with Patrick Mahomes?
Possibly.
Okay. I don't remember.
But he's had good quarterback. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Andy Reid, the clock, like we saw Mike McCarthy yesterday. Let the clock bleed in the first half, and Peyton Manning on a Manning broadcast is going crazy.
Yeah.
Call a timeout. What are you doing?
Yeah, but doesn't it feel like Peyton Manning is a great example of someone who he's not going to let the coach dictate the time. He's going to be in full control. Now, Peyton is a unicorn, but as time has gone on, no, Peyton is literally the template. He's the standard. Now, if you're not taking full autonomy of the clock, like, what are you doing as a quarterback? Right? Like, think of the great ones in the league right now.
Right.
Does Russ look over to Pete when he's trying to work the clock? No, Russ does it himself.
Tom Brady.
I watched Josh Allen run a couple of different 2-minute drills this year. He's my quarterback in fantasy. He doesn't look over at McDermott.
No, he doesn't.
They trust him that he's put in the study, and it's obviously a partnership. Who was the other guy you referenced?
We had
Brady?
Tom Brady, the best 2-minute drill. Joe Montana.
Aaron Rodgers.
Right?
So, look, I do think that it comes with being a great quarterback, but also the lack of faith of allowing your quarterback to be able to have that full control. I don't know if Kyle Shanahan has said, Jimmy, it's on you. You get to determine the clock, or if they're handcuffing him. Like, I legitimately don't know. And this continues to go back to the Trey thing, because I don't know what he's going to be like with Trey when Trey is in year 2 or 3.
Well, look, Trey looked good in the 2-minute drills in the preseason.
Okay.
But I'm not here on a Tuesday morning saying now's the time you need to replace Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, we're not there yet.
I'm not there yet.
That time's coming.
That time is coming, because if Jimmy Garoppolo continues to play like he did on Sunday, that's going to be a problem for this football team. You can't possibly, I know you're Look, Niners were leading the game with 37 seconds left. That's the fact. But the fact is also, the other fact is that you had left too much time on the clock when you had control of the football game. The Green Bay Packers had no timeouts whatsoever. No timeouts. No timeouts. And yet you were in a hurry to score. Just let the play clock run down. You're okay. You're all good. Also a caller. I forget the caller's name. We had a lot of callers yesterday, but this one caller who called the morning roast yesterday said, why didn't they kind of like pooch kick it? And I'm not saying pooch kick where a guy receives it at the 25-yard line, but you do what Bill Belichick does. And you have the kicker kick it between the 5 and 10-yard line. Because remember, on a kickoff, you have to field that kickoff. If you don't field it, the kickoff team has a chance to recover it and get the ball back. You make the Packers not, you know what I'm saying? You don't kick it into the end zone where it's a touchback and no time runs off the clock. Make them kick it between the 10 and 5-yard line. He has to return that kick, the kickoff returner for the Packers, and that's an extra 4 to 5 seconds burnt off the clock. The clock management was awful.
And this is not nitpicking. I think this is the reality of the margins being so thin in the NFL between winning and losing. If you aren't buttoned up, one play, one timeout, one, lapse of 5 seconds. Like, this game came down to how many seconds? How many seconds did they get that hike off to snap that, to spike that ball to set themselves up?
I think 16 seconds left on the clock when they hiked it.
And I believe he waited a second before he hiked it and then spiked it so to make sure everyone was lined up and everything. Like 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Like, we're talking seconds. 1 second of a game can make the difference between winning and losing. So it's very important that you're buttoned up. And here's the thing. It's like your bank account, Bonte. You have to be able to be in full control of this at all times when it comes to the clock. Now, there are times in games where you burn timeouts and the other team's running the ball down your throat and you don't have the control. That wasn't the case here. And so that's why I think it's such a big talking point, because the margins are so thin. And I'm with you on this. I want to hear what some of the reasoning was from Kyle Shanahan, because I think there's more to this story. It's not just the raw clock. I think the faith in the offense in general plays a part in how a coach manages the time.
You think the time. Let's hear from Shanahan on the time, on the final possession that ended with the touchdown.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's why we worked really hard to not use any timeouts that entire drive. We wanted to run it down. No one wants to give it back to Aaron. Also not going to tell Juice to not try and score. And you try to dictate that with some play calling. I mean, we had a choice route called, which is a 5-yard in route or out route based off of leverage by Sanu. And if he's not open, you're just going to go hit it to Juice on your check down. Usually check downs at the best are about a 5-yard gain, but Juice ran a hell of a check down and then ran over 2 people to score. So we had 3 timeouts, so I'm not telling Jimmy either to run it down yet. You want to get that under 30 seconds and inside the 10-yard line, and then you can control it with your own 3 timeouts. But the only other option would have been to tell Juice not to score, which is something that you want to do. I mean, it took us 7 plays in the second quarter to score from inside the 11, 5 plays from the 1 to score. So you want to make sure that you get those plays and everything, but we definitely weren't expecting to score on that play.
You weren't expecting to score on that play.
So much to dissect.
You weren't expecting to score on that play. Then you bring up the fact that it took you 5 plays to score from the 1-yard line at the end of the first half. Whose fault is that? I don't like. No. Let me refresh that, because I don't want to start pointing fingers and doing the whole blame game. But why is this happening? You have a veteran quarterback. You're now in the 5th year as a head coach of the San Francisco 49ers.
With all your weapons.
All your weapons. You've learned under your dad, who's one of the best coaches we've seen in the last 30 years, won 2 Super Bowls with the Denver Broncos. Like, what is going on, Kyle? Like, is there too much on your plate? You're the offensive coordinator. You're the head coach.
And now this is a good question.
And now you have the final say on all the roster moves. You have the final say on the roster moves. Maybe you should just focus on calling plays and being the head coach of the football team and really hone in on what's going on game day. I mean, Shanahan and the lack of accountability there. I'm not trying to crush the guy.
No.
There's a lack of accountability here when it comes to clock management and what's going on in the halves and the end of games.
So I'm going to go in the other direction. I think this is trust. To me, this is Kyle Shanahan not trusting the offense. If you want to say
the quarterback.
Jimmy Garoppolo, then that's probably part of the offense because the offense changes with different personnel out there. Like if Kittle's not on the team, it's not the same offense.
Right.
If Jimmy Garoppolo's not the quarterback, it's not the same offense. Whether it's Trey or Nick Mullins, it's just different. So I think the math is different in my head when I'm balancing these things out. You're stuck on what happened before the end of halftime, which I think is a fair point. Don't you have a guy who you've been telling me about is a red zone monster in Trey Lance? That's one element. The other element is he said, I want to wait till we get inside the 10 and we want to get it down to under 30 seconds. You're at the 12.
Yes.
All right? You're not at the 19.
Right.
I do think that matters to me. Now, maybe it doesn't matter to them, and they've got raw data that suggests to me that's like we're dicing hairs here. Like the 10 or the 12.
Right.
Now you're getting yourself into very hard, specific rules.
Right.
To me, the 12 is the 10.
Right.
If your quarterback can't throw it 13 yards into
Right.
into the end zone, like then what are we even doing? He shouldn't be your quarterback. If you don't trust him to score equally from the 10 as he can from the 12, I mean, what are we doing?
Well, this is where I was
what are we
at.
doing?
This is where I was at with Super Bowl 54. 888-957-9570.
So like that.
What are your thoughts on Kyle Shanahan? Because again, no, you're good, Shasky. Because you talk about trust. Does he trust his offense? Does he trust his quarterback?
I don't think he does.
Does he trust himself with the game plan? Does he trust his game calling? I'm going to play something in just a second where we get into trust. But this is where I was at with Super Bowl 54. If you don't trust your quarterback with 3 timeouts and you can't burn one to have your quarterback run a 2-minute drill before halftime, then what are we doing here?
Well,
it's time to move on here. I didn't like that. Shasky, I hate to go back to Super Bowl 54, but it's a 10-10 ball game. Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, the Chiefs are on the other sideline. You have a chance to not only score before halftime, you also get the ball back after halftime. You got the classic double up, baby.
Yeah, but you're acting like trust is something that it's there and it's never to be changed. Now, there are certain players that you just trust in infinitely, like Tom Brady. I'm just going to trust him in just about any setting for the rest of time. The majority of the teams that I've coached on, played on, whatever, there are certain times and places to trust everyone and to not trust people. To sit here and say that there wouldn't be an aspect of the roster, just remove quarterback.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan should have trust with every player who's out there at all times. That's just never going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
You're never going to have full trust across the board.
Shasky, it is the Super Bowl. And I can't believe we're talking about this. But it is the Super Bowl.
Well, it's a good microcosm for where we're at now.
Exactly. And you have Jimmy Garoppolo. You're saying, we've been the best team in football all season long. We had home field advantage. And yet I'm going to let the clock run because I don't really trust. He's telling you he doesn't trust the quarterback. Philadelphia, end of the first half. How much clock ran where we're all screaming, where's the timeouts? And all right, you hit big with Deebo Samuel. You hit big with the big play. Deebo made something out of nothing, right? The clock management on that drive before that was atrocious.
As you hit the microphone.
As I hit the microphone. It was atrocious.
No, I know, but it's also about minimizing risk. Like, there's a risk assessment that's going on.
Scared money don't make money in the NFL.
Bonte,
you think Aaron Rodgers will let that happen?
Look,
again, you talked about these quarterbacks.
I hear you. I'm trying to put you through the thought process of a coach who's trying to win a game when you know that you have some limitations.
You know what? Here's the thought process of Kyle Shanahan. Remember the 4th and 1? At midfield.
It drove me nuts.
And
you're an offensive guru. You're at the 50. You're down big, and you need to make a play. And at that point, punting it does nothing to you.
Well, here's what Shanahan said about that 4th and 1 situation.
Yeah, definitely. That's one I regret a ton. I knew the whole time that we had two downs there. Had that play called on the 3rd and 1, and I knew I was going to the quarterback sneak you guys saw in the 3rd quarter. I knew I was going to that on 4th down. But on the 3rd and 1, I'm a little far away from it, watching from behind. And on the 3rd and 1, they yelled something on the D-line, which happens a ton, going on the first sound. And Max snapped it before our quarterback had snapped it based off the defensive call. So he was the only one who moved, and no one was quite ready. And thought we lost 1.5 yards on the play. So I definitely didn't want to call the call that I had on 4th and 2. But looking over, Trey Sermon did a good job of getting back to the line of scrimmage, and I should have stayed with my original feeling.
I respect the explanation, but it doesn't excuse that thought process. That is inexcusable right there. We thought we had to play. I've heard this before from him. he said this before about, we had 2 plays here. The Saints game last year. The Saints game in the Superdome with Nick Mullins. Well, we thought we had 2 plays, so we knew we were going to run it once. Why are you hell-bent on certain plays? You have to adjust on the fly.
Well,
the fact that you regretted it and your position, you're not in position to see what's going on here. Like, wait a minute, you're in the wrong position? You're the head coach. You're the offensive coordinator. How are you in the wrong position? How do you not know where the ball is spotted? How do you not know where Trey Sermon got? This is inexcusable from Kyle Shanahan.
Stuff's happening quick. Let's, and you're right. He's trying to juggle 3, 4, 5 different things simultaneously. I'm not here to cape up for him, B. I'm not. I would not have wanted him to take a timeout to think about that one right there. You're down. You think you're going to need your timeouts to stop the clock to get the ball back later on in the game. The team hasn't shown a lot of life offensively. I don't know what the prudent move is.
Right.
But it's hard. Look, his thought process is one play sets up the other, and we're going to try to stay 2 plays ahead of ourselves and, cut things in half. And if we don't get this is what we're going to go to. I think it's easy for us to say, how do you not have a 4th down call? How do you not have 17 4th down calls ready to go? But again, I go back to within the framework of a game, some things are working and some things aren't. So I don't just have a template of plays that are going to work no matter what. I need to know. Like, Brunskill's getting blown up. Okay? I probably have to throw 8 of those plays if it was 15. 8 of them out the door right off the rip. Oh, what, Debo just played 12 snaps in a row and now he needs a breather and he's coming out. I don't know if that was the case. I'm just saying,
I hear what you're saying.
Goes on during the course of the game where guys are coming on and coming off. They're playing good. They're playing bad. For my money, go for it. I don't care what the play is. Go for it.
Well,
the difference between, look at, if you get stuffed at the 50, like, okay, you're putting your defense in a bad position. Guess what? You punted. Now I'm playing the results. You punted. You gave him 32 yards.
Yep.
The very next play was a pass interference down the field, all 32 yards erased, and he gave him the ball to 50 anyway.
Well, you know what's funny, too, about that pass interference play? The 49ers are lucky. They are lucky that Aaron Rodgers didn't look to the left where Valdez-Scantling had toasted Josh Norman. That would have been an 80-plus yard touchdown. It would have been 17-0 right after you decided not to go for the 4th and 1. And then why have Trey? If you're going to say, hey, we're going to run a 2-quarterback system, we like Trey in short yardage situations, why not just play Trey at the 50-yard line and run an RPO or something? Get him on the perimeter. I don't know. That was inexcusable
to me. Trey needs to play
me.
more in these short yardage situations, especially given that they have running back limitations. You don't use him as a running back. You use him as somebody who can be a weapon out on the edges. I mean, him scampering in, whether Trent Williams was going to lay that block or not, Trey was getting in the end zone.
He's getting in that end zone. He has a nose for the end zone.
He's getting in that end zone, right? You got to use this guy on the edges. And what the pressure it puts on the edges of a defense opens things up for the middle of the offense for running the ball. So the other element of this is I think Trey Sermon, something that really I look back on when I look at a lot of the Trey Sermon college stuff, he's in the gun. And I told you this in the break.
This is a great point right here.
I don't think Trey Sermon is a guy you line Kyle Juszczyk up in front of and run traditional offense with. That's why Elijah Mitchell looks so good. I think he is one of those guys that you can do that traditional stuff with. To me, Sermon is a gun-run guy. If you're going to play Sermon, you got to have Trey out there at times to maximize what Sermon can be. You want him shot out of a cannon in the way Carlos Hyde was most effective out of the gun. These Ohio State running backs, these Oklahoma running backs, because he went to both schools, they get the ball out of the pistol and the gun, and they go. They're not used to waiting for a fullback to set things up, and you could see he was tentative.
It's why Carlos Hyde is no longer a 49er.
Yes.
It's because the splits when he was in shotgun as the only back, instead of being behind a fullback, the splits were, it was like a 2.5-yard difference. He was averaging like 5.2 yards per carry in the gun as a gun run running back. That's a great point.
So I don't love dropping back on 4th and 1. I'm not a big believer like shotgun, like that's Chip Kelly football to me, like slow developing
especially shotgun, gun run right up the middle of the field. I don't want to see that. Yeah.
But when you have Trey Lance and that package has been talked about so much, okay, use it. Even if you go under center and do a ball fake and have him, hey, one of my favorite plays in all of football, and Steve Young did it, John Elway did it, you're seeing Josh Allen do it, you've seen Russell Wilson do it, Kyler does it to perfection. We're going to bootleg, and I'm going to go naked to the opposite end, and it's a foot race. My athlete versus your athlete on the edge. I like the 6'4" Trey Lance weighing 230 against any DB in this league.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
To the corner.
Before we get out to the lines here, Carlos Manny, hang tight here. We'll get you in just a second. 888-957-9570. This is something we brought up before the show, something we're bringing up right now. 650. Butch Bonte. Do you think Kyle's play calling responsibility is hurting his time in management? There's no such thing as multitasking after all. Well, it does feel like a struggle. Mike Holmgren tried this. Tried to be a GM and a head coach.
Yes.
Didn't work out well.
No.
You've seen guys with full... Gruden had to bring in Mike Mayock.
Yeah.
Had to bring in Mike Mayock to help him. Now, is that working out for the Raiders? They're 3-0 right now, and they look good. They look good right now, the Raiders. Belichick, yeah, he does it to a sense, but he does have help in the front office. I don't know. Kyle, maybe he does have too much on his plate.
Well, I don't know who gets final.
Everybody says it's Kyle.
I know. I believe he gets final say, but it's not like he's picking at least I don't believe that he's picking every single little detail. I think he allows guys to do certain things. I think there's other areas of expertise where Kyle has very specific needs. I think wide receiver is one of those spots. Kyle is very particular.
Yep.
I think running back, he's a little more loose. I think Bobby Turner has a lot more sway on him than we want to give credit to. I don't know, but I will say this, B. I do believe giving him the personnel decision-making. I know 5 years ago, it's tough to remember what it was like. This team blew out Balky and blew out Kelly.
It did.
And they were starting from scratch, and they were an undesirable location. No one wanted to come here. There was no established GM who wanted to attach themselves to the 49ers situation. We have forgotten how bad it was and how undesirable this spot was. They do not land Kyle Shanahan without giving him a lot of this power.
No doubt.
So I get it. In real time now, it's like, wow, how did he get all this power? But if you go back, it makes sense.
Oh, it's a
and
reason
I'm okay with it.
It's a reason why you got a 6-year contract, because he had to get the sense that he could trust this organization again because of all the leaks. And everything happening with Jet York and Trent
You had
Baalke.
to overpay.
No doubt about that. But everything gets expedited, right? You bring in Jimmy, you win 5 straight in 2017, and all of a sudden we're expecting playoffs in year 2 of the Shanahan regime. Jimmy goes down. All right, they struggle to 4-12, but you get Bosa and you get to the Super Bowl in year 3. And now you get slapped with a new 6-year contract, a new 6-year deal. You know what I'm saying? So now all of a sudden the goals have changed, and is this a Super Bowl or bust team? I don't even like saying that anymore. I don't.
On this show, can we just file that away?
Because you know why? Because some people tell me it's still Super Bowl bust around here. Some people tell me it's not.
Can
so we're
we
not
beat
going to
the
go
Seahawks?
there.
Can we just beat the Seahawks?
Maybe we overrated this team. Maybe we did. But let's go to the lines because it's about the listeners here on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Let's start off with Manny down in San Mateo. What's up, Manny?
What's up, Manny?
Hey, good morning, Butcher. Good morning, Vontae. It's one of those things, man, the legend of Kyle Shanahan. I don't want to say it's a stereotype. It's more like a title. You know, it's not true until it's true. And what I mean by that is he cannot manage a game to save his life. It started in 2019 against the Seahawks in that regular season game at Levi's where they let him win on that missed field goal. Okay, I get it. We missed that field goal kick. But it's been rearing its head since Super Bowl 54. It happened in that Chiefs preseason game this year. I was there at the preseason game. It happened at the Lions. It happened at the Eagles. We just don't close out, man. And it's getting kind of scary because that title, it's not true until it's true. And it's starting to become true. He cannot manage a game to save his life.
So you're saying it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, all of this clock management stuff that everybody's been talking about.
The more you speak it into existence, the more true it's going to become. And I just want to say real quick, why is Dante Johnson still on this team? Please, guys, just get him off the team. We didn't see Sherfield for one snap. I thought the guy beat Ayuk out. He was playing better than him. Throw him out there. 4th and 1, you don't go for it. Jimmy G's like 20 for 20 on quarterback sneaks. Man, there's so many rabbit holes I could go down, but Kyle needs to stick to coaching and get his players ready. We start slow every game. That's on coaching and no one else.
No doubt. Well, Manny, great call. Great call. Call us back. Here's what Shanahan said about Trent Sherfield. Remember Trent Sherfield, who got all the snaps in Detroit? And Larry Fitzgerald came in and wrote that great piece about Trent Sherfield, getting quotes from Larry Fitzgerald about who he was as a wide receiver. Well, we didn't see Trent Sherfield much on Sunday.
No.
Mohamed Sanu was a number 3 wide receiver. Mohamed Sanu. He's still around here. Here's what Shanahan had to say about Sherfield not getting any snaps.
I didn't think we had that many long drives, and when we did, we went with single receivers sometimes, being in 22 and 13 personnel. I thought he would play a lot more. I tell guys what to do before the game, but I don't keep up with the rotation. Told him to make sure to keep Ayuk fresh, and Wes thought Ayuk was fresh enough without being out there in too many long drives that he didn't put Trent in as much, and did a hell of a job in special teams for us too.
Is Mohamed Sanu a better football player than Trent Sherfield right now? I'm asking you.
I don't think so.
I don't either. Why was the hype tour so big and so loud and so large?
I don't know.
I mean, the guy didn't make tough plays over the middle. I know we want a big-bodied guy, but you've got no juice and no room to move.
Right.
Like, I just and look, Sanu was open because I honestly I think the routes are, he's like the third, fourth guy I'm thinking about on the defense in terms of running routes. So he's gonna have, a lesser player guarding him.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you want a guy who could turn up field and make a play?
I have been waiting for a slot guy with explosion.
I mean,
with explosiveness.
Sanu was out of the league last year.
I know. And look, the one play he made where it got reviewed,
I thought he dropped it.
Bad throw.
Well, it was a bad throw.
It was a bad
I thought
throw.
he trapped it, though.
It was
Didn't you?
I didn't think it was a catch at all.
I thought they got lucky.
It was a bad throw.
And he was wide open.
Let's go to Carlos of San Bruno. Carlos, good morning, man. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. Thanks, guys. Well, I'm calling because, about the trust thing and that 4th and 1. If you don't trust your guy, then I think it is time to move on. We look at last week, Harbaugh asking Lamar, hey, you want to go for it? He trusts his guy, and Lamar said, hey, yeah, let's go. Right here, they pulled him out. And on the at the goal line, they go to Trey. What, do they trust him more on that 4th and 1 or that 4th and goal? Same thing in Philadelphia or the Lions game. They made Trey Lance finish that because he can. Maybe he thinks Jimmy can't. So if he can't, then go with the guy that can. I think it is time to move on.
Hey, Carlos, great call. Thank you for calling us. That's
Thanks,
where
Carlos.
I've been at for the last 3 years. If you don't trust Jimmy, and Chasky, you know what I'm about to say. If you don't trust Jimmy, then go get your guy. Well, Shanahan went to go get his guy. And he spent 3 first-round picks to go get his guy in Trey Lance. And that was after flirting with Deshaun Watson, with Sam Darnold, with Matthew Stafford, with every other quarterback in the league, it seemed like. So if you got your guy, go with your guy if you can't trust the starting quarterback. That's all. I'm not saying Jimmy should be benched. I want you guys to hear me, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying Jimmy Garoppolo should be benched at the quarterback position. But if Shanahan doesn't trust him, then what good does it play in playing Jimmy Garoppolo? If you don't trust Jimmy, then you're probably not going to run your playbook.
Well, you're limiting yourself.
Yeah,
you're limiting yourself. I mean, that's really what it's at. And he's in love with his scheme, and I get that. This is what's got him to where he's at. You also have to have respect for the guys out there making plays. You could dial up everything the right way, and if one person doesn't win on their assignment, you're going to probably lose on that play, especially on the short yardage stuff.
Yep.
And so at some point, that's why I do love Harbaugh from one sense. I don't think Harbaugh is a better tactician. He's not even close in terms of a tactician, looking up at the whiteboard and things like that when you compare him to Shanahan. The one thing he is, though, is fully empowering his absolute stud in Lamar Jackson. How many other coaches would wrap their arms around what Lamar is the way Harbaugh has?
Not many.
I feel like Harbaugh, and I'm not making this a Harbaugh-Shanahan thing, I just think it's a very interesting thing to see how he has empowered who he is, tried to minimize his flaws, coach up all the things he does well, and they just lean into it as an organization. And I kind of love that about them.
I do love that about them.
And I don't think they're perfect.
And you brought up something that's interesting. You said Shanahan is hell-bent in his scheme.
He is.
Well, you know what I'm seeing down in L.A. with Sean McVay? He's adjusting. He's adjusting his scheme. Other coaches around the league, Kingsbury and the Cardinals, they're trying to run the damn football. They're adjusting a bit. Teams adjust. And Shanahan, we asked this question yesterday, has defenses caught up with Shanahan? Have people caught up with Shanahan? I don't know the answer to that. We're only 3 games in. But the lack of adjustments, this playbook that we saw on Sunday, the Packers were all over it. They were jumping these routes. They knew what was coming. Why? Because, one, the quarterback doesn't take shots down the field. All right, he plays within the offense. But, two, they know Shanahan, okay, LaFleur's like, I know what they're doing. They're running in slants. They want to get the ball out quick. They want to get their wide receivers a chance to run with the football. They want to get that yak. Teams, Philadelphia was all over it. The Packers were all over it. Let's see what happens this week against Seattle. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco at Odyssey Station. Phone lines are jam-packed here. Let's go to Aaron in Oakland. Aaron, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, I'm so glad. I am so glad you just said that. LaFleur knew exactly what was coming because that's his game. Here's the thing. You don't got an offensive line except for Trent Williams. They kept Jimmy in the pocket, no play action, no rollouts. What's he going to do? It's not hard to rush a quarterback, and you know where he's going to be at. You got to mix it up. Is Shanahan been figured out? Maybe, maybe not. But he's got to change it up. He's got to be willing to have a flexible system and make adjustments. And the truth is, we need an Anquan Boldin. We need a Terrell Owens. We need a big, muscular receiver that can manhandle some of these corners. You know, Debo's got hands, and he's quick, but you need some muscle out there. And we're missing a piece in the secondary. And the piece we're missing is the chemistry that makes everything flow together, where they got eye contact to know what each other is going to do. They're communicating silently.
Wow.
There's a missing piece in that secondary, a huge piece.
You're making a great point. And on the quarterback-wide receiver relationship that's unspoken, that's the area that separates the truly great quarterbacks, who are no doubt about it in this league, and the average dudes. Like, even Dak, as much crap as everybody gives Dak Prescott, he'll look to the right or left at either CD or Amari Cooper, and he's like, I'm throwing that back shoulder. We're going to run that quick little out. We're going to get 9 yards, and it's unguardable, no matter what you do, right? All the greats have it. Josh Allen does it. Russ does it. Aaron Rodgers does it. And Jimmy never does it. B, when do you see him identify a matchup and be like, yeah, I'm throwing to him, back shoulder. It's going to be unguardable. Nothing you can do.
It's never going to be
and
like
it's not an indictment on him.
It's not. It's just who he
this
is.
Is what it is.
2019, it will not. We've seen the best of Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm convinced of that. I'm convinced that we've seen the best of Jimmy Garoppolo, because you're spot on. And watching that game Sunday, like, took all my blinders off. Niners hat was off. Had the press pass on. I'm capital J journalist Sunday night watching the Packers-Niners. And I'm thinking to myself, like,
Bonte Hill, 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, there you go. NBC Sports Bay Area.
I like how you threw that in.
You like how I threw that in?
Yesterday we were at Warrior Media Day, and I go, Joe Shasky. Actually, I think I said 95.7 The Game, Joe Shasky. I did it backwards, number one, because I have to. And then I asked a question that Bonte wanted to ask to Kuminga, and then Bonte comes in there, and what did you say?
Bonte Hill, 95.7 The Game, also NBC Sports Bay Area.
He had to drop in the bona fides with the extra television stuff. By the way, we ran into the NBC. I'm going to let you finish this in a second. We ran into the NBC people, and I did not once, not twice, but 3 times shamelessly try to put myself to the NBC broadcast.
You did. You told him FaceTime.
Over and
my guy,
over.
Drew, he was like, sorry about the... Drew is apologizing. He runs the promos over there at NBC Sports Bay Area. He's like, Bonte, I'm sorry to do that to you last year, man. Saying that you suck at basketball. I was like, no, it was a great hit.
I'm Bonte Hill. I'm not going to lie. I suck at hoops.
Hey, right now I do suck at basketball. It was proven at the Racketeer Performance Center in Oakland.
A lot of comments on your throwing ability, too, in my backyard.
Oh, boy.
On the Elevate Your Tailgate.
No, I threw it with the right hand. With the left?
Somebody said it. I didn't know that you were Steve Young.
I am Steve. I am like Steve.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, to get breaking news updates as well as links to the top interviews. We've got to play some Playmaker sound a little bit later, right after this break here. But he was on with DRK yesterday. That was one of the best moments on the game. Powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Before we get out to the line,
you
Chesky,
were watching the game with your journalist hat on.
Yeah,
I interrupted
journalist.
you.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, because I'm glad you reminded me. And I was just watching. Jimmy Garoppolo in a pocket. And I watched it back last night. Just Jimmy.
Is that your 4th or 5th time watching the game
Just
back?
the second, because we were gassed.
Yeah,
we got
so
home.
tired yesterday.
We took a nap.
Yeah.
Baby Chaz is running. I'm folding clothes. I'm all over the place.
I did volleyball practice last night. I was exhausted.
I folded clothes. We cleaned the house. The house looks really clean. We'll see how long that lasts. Good luck with Baby Chaz. She's probably throwing things around right now. But I'm sitting there watching Jimmy again, and just... It has nothing to do with Trey Lance. It has nothing to do whether or not I want to see Trey Lance. It's just watching Jimmy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this doesn't look good. he was telegraphing passes. He was kind of herky-jerky in a pocket where he's panicky.
Never comfortable.
Never comfortable in that pocket. And I get it. The pass rush was coming. He was getting hit. He took shots in that game. There's no doubt about it. He took shots. But I'm just looking. I'm just like, even the deep pass to Kittle, the ball was in the air for 15 seconds. Jair Alexander, sure, he makes a great play, but it was like a lollipop, like a little rainbow. He had Ross Dwelly wide open underneath. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I was just like, this is not good quarterback play. Now, he did make plays on the final drive.
He did. It was a dime to Kittle.
He made plays. But that was not a good game for Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm sorry.
And it looked like he went to at least his second read in use check on the Texas route.
Right.
It looked like he was looking left at some intermediate route. Maybe he had a third read. I don't know. But it looked like at least second read, and he threw to use check. That was a nice little play.
I'm going to play this sound from Baldy, who joined us at 7:30 today. He joins us every Tuesday, 7:30. Brian Baldinger, smartest man in football, our 95.7 The Game Insider. We'll get back out to the lines because I want the lines to react to what Baldy said about this past Sunday's game when it came to Green Bay's defense giving Kyle Shanahan fits.
Green Bay, honestly, like I said this to one of their defensive backs this week. Like, I thought they really changed things up. Joe Barry he had a lot of different looks that I think, only Kyle would know this, but I thought Kyle's game planning and he's calling plays and he's getting different looks than I think he anticipated. Zone when he thought it was man, like they played quarters when he thought it was going to be a different coverage. And so I just thought Green Bay changed up a bunch of what they do and what they have done for this game to take a lot of that deep stuff away.
That's interesting because I did feel watching it, they were a step ahead of the Niners at every turn. Their corners were draped all over our wide receivers. Safeties were waiting to lay people out with perfect angles. Felt like they were jumping all the running lanes. And I thought they won the point of attack in general.
Yep. No, I'm with you there. Let's go to our man Jonathan in the city. They want to get to Javier, Will, and Nick. Hang tight, fellas. Jonathan, what's happening? You're on the roast. Good morning.
Hey, man. I just refuse to blame the offense. If the defense did their job, we'd be talking about quest for 7. If the defense did their job, it's a totally different narrative Sunday night. It would be like a major comeback, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Since they did, we got all these complaints about the offense on that. But hey, newsflash: Fred Warner is overrated. I mean, bro, P. Willis and Navarro Bowman, they would plug the hole, right? Every down, they would plug the hole, run defense. And not only that, on the point of attack, that ball carrier, once he meets P. Willis or Navarro, that ball carrier is going backwards. Fred Warner, he goes backwards, bro. He gives out 2-3 more yards after the point of attack.
Okay.
So I don't know where he's getting all this praise. He's overrated.
Fred, no, I respectfully disagree. All right, I respectfully disagree.
I wasn't expecting that one today.
Fred Warner is not overrated. All right, he's actually one of the best modern linebackers in terms of coverage and the ability to roam sideline to sideline. Newsflash: the other team gets paid too.
My guy Jonathan, man, you gotta love him. I will say though, the defense, 37 seconds left. That's a lot of time.
Oh, they weren't good,
but there's no excuse.
They
got beat deep all day long.
Yeah, but,
and guess what? Russell Wilson and DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, folks, get ready for more bombs. Guys, teams are taking shots down the field against the San Francisco 49ers. And Aaron Rodgers just chucking it.
Before the season started, I told you, they have a chance to have 3 new players in the secondary. The secondary alone. Even that's me going with the Diamond Lenore could stick around and be a player. It could be 4.
Right.
But it's one way around it with 0 draft capital because they have no first rounder. And I believe they gave up a 3rd rounder. They're basically looking at trying to retool the entire secondary, and they're going to have to spend money in free agency. This is going to be a spot of contention all year. It's not going away. The running back room, the injuries aren't going away.
No.
Now, Elijah Mitchell at some point is going to hopefully get healthy.
Jeff Wilson Jr. hopefully gets healthy.
It was interesting. I heard one of the players, I forget who said it, hey, we're missing our top 2 backs. And they said Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson. I was like,
Jeff Wilson
wow,
Jr.
Jeff Wilson is viewed by the players as one of the top 2 backs. Interesting.
He had a great game against New England last season.
He did. He's another guy gets hurt, though.
Let's go to Will and Marin. You're right about that. Will and Marin. What's happening, Will? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm sick of hearing about, Shanahan being this offensive, guru or genius. It's like, let's not forget, like, He's the guy that called the 5-step drop back for Matt Ryan to lose the Super Bowl. He's also the guy that was up whooping the Chiefs with 8 minutes left and took the gas pedal off. He's got to show more. Like another caller made a great point. They start way too slow, and they have all these like awesome little weapons. And as for the other caller talking about the big aggressive receiver, please use George Kittle. I don't get it. Yes, he's a great blocker. That dude flatbacks people when he has the ball. He looks for contact.
Yep.
He looks to take over the game. Let that bear roam in the forest, baby. Come on, let's go.
Hey, Will, you're spot
when
on.
he stiff arms somebody, stay on the line. When he stiff arms somebody and keeps running, the amount of electricity on that sideline is unbelievable. That stadium went alive. Not just the throw by Jimmy, the other one where he just stiff arms the dude, he just keeps going. I love Kittle. He can't get the ball enough.
When he stiff arms someone, it looks like a V8 piston driving through. That guy is an absolute animal. He is the Hulk. He is Banner. Release Hulk and let him smash. Let's go.
Thank you.
Hey,
and look,
Will,
I'm not
great
dogging
call.
the people that love the blocking. I love the run blocking too. That's an element. He is one of the most dynamic run after the catch players I've ever seen. T.O., Jerry Rice. I might put George Kittle in that group.
I mean,
I'm serious.
Get the ball in these guys' hands.
He's dynamic.
Here's the thing. I see Kelsey get all these targets. I see, Darren Waller get all these targets. I'm seeing Schultz from the Dallas Cowboys score a couple touchdowns yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Noah Fant gets looks.
Noah Fant, T.J. Hawkinson.
Yeah.
I need 10 targets per game from George Kittle.
I'm totally with you.
At least.
I'm totally with you.
Devontae Adams got 18 targets on Sunday.
I know.
And everybody knew the ball was going to Devontae Adams.
And not only, it's not just that he's making plays. It's not like he's Jason Witten, 5 yards, I'm going down.
Yep.
He's stiff-arming dudes and then running past safeties.
And there is something. When a player like that makes a play, the sideline feels it.
100%.
When Nick Bosa gets a sack, the sideline feels it. When guys get a woo hit, you know what I'm saying? When Ronnie Lott got woo hits at Candlestick Park, it charged up everybody.
He's a rugby player. He's not a football player. He looks to kill people.
Look, 888-957-9570. A lot of people want to talk about Shanahan.
I love Kittle.
Shanahan, Nick, Reese, Javier, stay on hold. We're getting to you right after the break. We're going to get to you guys. Don't forget the Rocket Mortgage Pro Football Pick'em is back. Your picks could be worth $10,000 with the Rocket Mortgage 2021 Pro Football Pick'em. Sign up today by texting picks to 20357 to just pick the winner of each week's games. No point spreads, no lineups, and totally free to enter. Try to beat me. And it's not hard to beat me. I had a rough week picking games this Sunday. I had a rough week, but I am looking to bounce back in week number 4. Rocket Mortgage Pro Football Pick'em. Your phone calls coming up next here on The Roast.
Don't miss NFL insider Peter King with Damon, Ratto, and Kolsky today at 2:30.
set the rhythm for a great day. Look for Cheerios Oat Crunch Almond in your local grocery store.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Sure I do.
This is one of Jay-Z's best songs.
Destroys it. I sell water to a whale. Come on,
I
man.
am a hustler, baby.
Dude, he is.
I sell fire. He goes, I sell fire to hell. I sell water to a well. I am a hustler, baby. One of my favorite lines all time.
It's
Jigga Man. The Blueprint.
The remix on this one wasn't as good. They threw a bunch of different people on there on Blueprint 2.
I didn't like it.
Hey, Blueprint 2 underrated though. Had
Very
hitters.
underrated. Very
it's
underrated.
Hovey, baby.
It's Hovey, baby. Oh, that's a hitter. I might have to play
There's
that.
so many good ones.
There's so many good ones. I might have to play that album.
Hey.
I tried not to play Jay-Z too much because honestly, that is my favorite rapper of all time.
Really?
It is.
I came around on Jay-Z. I love Jay-Z. He's not my favorite.
It took me a while, but I was like, man, this guy is. He's who I want. You know what I'm saying? Street hustler.
Just say it.
Street hustler.
Look at him. He's who I wanted to be.
No, it's just, man, he knows.
You gonna grow your hair out?
No, I'm not growing the hair out.
You kind of throw like him.
Well, you know, I had an arm back in the day. One of the best elementary school quarterbacks of all time.
Is that the best meme on the internet where he's like throwing and he looks all drunk or whatever? Like
so
it looks like he's never thrown a baseball or a football in his life.
888-957-9570. We're talking about Shanahan here. How you feeling about Kyle Shanahan? Let's go to Reese and Vallejo. Reese and Vallejo, then we'll get to Javier and Nick. Reese and Vallejo, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Man, I love the show, first and foremost.
Thank you.
I am not a Niner fan, but I definitely love chiming in. You got to kick around my ideas. I'm a Steelers fan. But
okay.
Here we go. So, about Shanahan, he's creative and he's innovative. You guys can't take that away from him, but everybody makes bad calls and they fumble a situation. It's not helping the case right now. He did it twice in the Super Bowl and then one for ATL. But I look at him very similar to Chip Kelly. When Chip Kelly first came, he was very, very ahead of the game till the league caught up with him. The league is undefeated. You have to be constantly reinventing yourself. You have to constantly evolving, and Shanahan didn't. And I think that's the problem, is that he didn't evolve with the league. He's still creative, still smart as hell, still an offensive genius, but he stopped, and the league is undefeated.
It's a great point. No, it's a
Thanks
great
for the call,
point.
Reese. Thanks for listening.
I'm going to give you two examples of what he's talking about. Think of what Andy Reid's offense was under center with Donovan McNabb in the late 90s.
West Coast offense, Deke and Doug.
Right.
Looks like San Francisco and Green Bay.
Now look at what he's doing now.
Spread concepts, spread the field out, throwing the ball down the field.
Futuristic.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, now let's look at Bill Belichick. Think about what he started with what that defense was in New England. Even go back to the New York Giants and think about what they were. What were they?
3-4 defense, smacking you in the mouth. Now he goes 4-3. He goes 5-2.
Hybrid.
He goes 3-3-5. He does everything.
Exactly. It depends on what he's playing. So I think he's 100% spot on. The teams that end up passing the test of time are the teams that continue to evolve and add nuance. And that's, if we're being hopeful here on Shanahan, that's what Trey Lance is. Trey Lance is his opportunity to do what Patrick Mahomes has been able to do for Andy Reid and usher this into the new era. I look at Pete Carroll. He's the dodo bird today. That defense looks like it has not changed an iota.
You see who his defensive coordinator is? It's Ken Norton Jr.
Well, he stinks.
Raider fan will tell you about Ken Norton Jr.
Downing and Ken Norton Jr.
Todd Downing.
Remember them days?
Oh, I do, with Jack Del Rio, baby. Oh,
Steven,
boy.
you have a comment.
It was dark times.
It was very dark time.
when they completed a touchdown, they were like, they hadn't even had a win yet, and they had a deep ball for a touchdown, and Todd Downing ran and acted like he won the Super Bowl.
The Denver game, he was skipping up and down the sideline like, look at me.
Like
look at
McVay?
the play I dialed up. Look at me. He did that in the Eagles game, too, on Christmas. Remember that? Christmas Eve, he's skipping up and down the sideline, too. Todd Downing, Tennessee, man. Oh, Todd Downing.
Made me question my entire life when I was cheering for that team at the time.
Dude, it was unbelievable. By the way, YouTube, shout out to YouTubers out there listening and watching on YouTube. They're rolling right now. They're saying, George Kittle, this is Dave Johnson. Number 85 has 14 career touchdowns. Shame on you, Kyle Shanahan. Twitch brought to you by Xfinity. They're rolling as well.
Shame on you.
Shame. Shame.
Game of Thrones?
Yeah, shame. The walk of shame, Kyle. Shame on you. Number 85 only has 4 touchdowns.
I heard that was a substitute name for the afternoon show, DRK. That one did not hit. That didn't hit.
Nick and Berkeley. Nick and Berkeley. I didn't know where you're going there. I didn't even get the context. Nick and Berkeley.
Hey man, check it. One jet tweet to the side with Williams. You know what I'm saying? We had 2 runs. We had a touchdown for a run with the youngster quarterback with Williams out there, blocking. We have Kittles running a Lombardi left. And he gets like damn near one of the longest runs. And then we start passing behind the line, like check down Charlie's Alex Smith all over again. Then we get a nice little slashing play to Debo for like 25, 30. And then we stab like 2-3 plays with a pass the ball behind the line. I'm like, dude, have Debo stretch the corners and safeties away from the line if our run game ain't all that, man. Yep. What are you doing? Like, it's just mind-boggling. And let me just say this, man. This ain't no cop-out because I coach high school softball, and I don't want 3 titles in a row. I don't even talk to the umpires at all. I never argue a call. Let me tell you about the umpire referee, man, that sat there and talked to Rodgers for literally 20 minutes, 30 minutes, the whole game. The side judge. I'm like, that's unprofessional. Forget what calls you're making. How are you just going to sit there and talk to this man? Is he part of his family? Is that a cousin? And I'm just like, dude, that's ridiculous, bro. And these calls are dead them out on 3rd down. If you play football, you know damn well if you get into numerous 3rd downs and then just throw it up and then it's penalty. It's devastating for the defense. They're like, man, what
Nick,
can we
you're
do?
fired up. Nick, thanks for the call. Next time you call us, We gotta dig deeper into the 3 straight championships you won in softball, because Papa Shasky and the Shaskys can't win a softball championship to save their life.
That's not correct. That's not factually
You said
correct.
you haven't won a championship in 20 years.
Well, it's been a minute, not 20. It's been a minute in
What's a
softball.
minute?
It's about
10.
lob pitch softball. The roster construction's been very difficult to get people off the bar stool and to get people off the couch with their families. It's, the team aged.
You could call a dude.
In our heyday.
You call a dude
well,
you work
I don't
with.
know if you make my roster. If I'm Kyle Shanahan with full autonomy, I'm not picking you, Trev.
Bonte Hill has a glove in the
Sanu.
trunk right now. Bonte Hill has a glove in the trunk right now.
I will say this.
Person.
I'll put my CYO coaching record up against just about anyone. Nobody has won more B, C, and D championships than your boy over here in San Francisco City CYO history.
Oh man, don't get
look out for this 5th grade team.
Thatch, Coach Thatch, you better be
Congratulations.
careful. Jeez.
Well, the Dugans got they have some sort of a stake in this as well. The Franceskis. There's a lot of the Mulkerans. There's a lot of different families that can throw their name in the hat. But I think
D'Acquisto.
Yes, absolutely.
Coach Adam.
Absolutely.
Put some respect on his name.
Absolutely.
Come
But,
on,
man.
man.
Don't sleep on your boy here.
All right, let's go to Javier real quick. We're going to reset and play the Shanahan sound that I want everybody to hear about what happened Sunday night. The 4th and 1 call and the clock management. You got to hear what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday during his Monday presser. Javier, good morning. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, y'all. Good morning. I appreciate y'all taking my call. I listen to you guys every day.
Thank you.
Why you got to bring those memories back? Why you got to bring me back to Ken and Jack, man? I thought I had those memories burned, bro. But, hey, real quick, I just think you guys, week 3, I think we got an extra game this season. I think you guys got to take it a little easy on the Niners. Y'all got a good squad. Kyle Shanahan's going to figure it out. He's going to throw a train there eventually. I know that. But another thing, I want to bring up Solomon Thomas. He's been doing good for my Raiders. Shout him out 3-0. But yeah, I think we might have won that trade.
Well, he's a free agent.
He was a free agent, but you know what?
You got to give him credit.
You got to give Solomon Thomas credit.
What's going on with him, Steven? Solomon Thomas, you're our resident Raider fan. Solomon Thomas just never worked out with the Niners. Like, what do you think his high watermark with the Niners was?
I don't know what it was. Offsides against the Minnesota Vikings
that's a
season opener.
Well, I was rooting for Solly.
I was rooting for him too, especially what he went through with his sister. His sister committed suicide. That was not good.
He didn't pan out.
He didn't pan out. Didn't work.
No.
Didn't work out. But I don't know the high watermark with the Niners.
I can't give you an exact scheme reasoning as to why he's better with the Raiders. It just seems like he's had a rejuvenated time in his career. But I mean, he's in the same spot that he was with the Niners. They're not running anything different. Still running the 4-3 defense with a blitz called here and there, but not many. So I'm not seeing anything different scheme-wise. I just think he's finally with a new team, new environment. He just felt like he needed a new lease on life.
Real quick, hashtag Randall, but scheme is a new buzzword in the NFL. I hear somebody talk about, our scheme.
Like space in the NBA?
Yeah, like spacing or gravity.
Gravity was the big one last year.
Yeah,
gravity was
the big one. Gravity's the big one. But scheme in the league, in college too, our scheme. It's like, what?
You know what the real college scheme is?
What's that?
When the, athletic apparel sneaker companies end up paying these kids to go to their schools. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Arizona.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, Kentucky.
Why you got to ball them? Why you got to
that's
solve
the
them
literal
out?
scheme.
Stop snitching, man. Stop snitching.
I keeps it. Oh, no.
Stop snitching, man. Why are you snitching? Kyle Shanahan. And then we'll get to Andrew Wiggins before we end the show here. Because Media Day was yesterday, and we'll explain our experience at Media Day, and then we'll get into Andrew Wiggins. But Kyle Shanahan talked about the clock management yesterday during his presser. And 888-957-9570 if you got thoughts on this. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said about the final possession, about clock management, his thought process throughout that drive.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's why we worked really hard to not use any timeouts that entire drive. We wanted to run it down. No one wants to give it back to Aaron. Also not going to tell Juice to not try and score. And you try to dictate that with some play calling. I mean, we had a choice route called, which is a 5-yard in route or out route based off of leverage by Sanu. And if he's not open, you're just going to go hit it to Juice on your check down. Usually check downs at the best are about a 5-yard gain, but Juice ran a hell of a check down and then ran over 2 people to score. So we had 3 timeouts, so I'm not telling Jimmy either to run it down yet. You want to get that under 30 seconds and inside the 10-yard line, and then you can control it with your own 3 timeouts. But the only other option would have been to tell Juice not to score, which is something that you want to do. I mean, it took us 7 plays in the second quarter to score from inside the 11. 5 plays from the 1 to score. So you want to make sure that you get those plays and everything, but we definitely weren't expecting to score on that play.
And Adam Schefter is just breaking some news here that Marlon Mack, the Colts running back, Marlon Mack didn't play on Sunday because per league sources, the team is considering trading him. He's on a 1-year deal, and he's healthy and a productive running back. Marlon Mack. Is that why your face dropped there,
Yes,
Jackie?
I saw that too. I'd take Marlon Mack right now.
I'll take Marlon Mack.
I mean, he can't be any worse. They need a little wiggle and a little juice. He's a jump cut guy. I like Marlon Mack. He had a nice little touchdown on Sunday.
Yeah, he didn't play Sunday.
Oh,
Shefsky.
maybe it was it was not Hines. Hines had the nice.
He's
little,
good.
Yeah.
I like Hines.
He had the little wiggle play on the outside.
He's a former 4th-round pick in the 2017 NFL draft. Marlon Mack, that is, out of South Florida. He's a Florida guy. Ran for over 1,000 yards each of his 3 seasons at South Florida.
Okay.
And then got to the NFL with the Indianapolis Colts. Had a 1,000-yard season in 2019, and they drafted Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
Which took his carries away. But look at this, man. Sophomore year in the NFL.
I'll take him.
Second year, 908 yards his second season, 4.7 yards a pop, 9 touchdowns in 2018, 2019. 247 attempts, 1,091 yards, 8 touchdowns, averaged 4.4 yards a carry. Marlon Mack. Will the Niners make a move for Marlon Mack?
I'd do it. I mean, they need bodies. I mean, we're talking about bringing Frank Gore out of retirement.
I know.
For crying out loud.
Which I'll take right now.
I would too. Oh, since we're here, did you pay attention to the Sports Illustrated article about Frank and his son?
No, I missed that. Was that last week?
Yeah, it was a pretty cool article. I actually dug up and put some notes together.
Frank Gore Jr. just played. Well, they got their butts kicked. Southern Mississippi, they played Alabama last Saturday, and they were down 35-0 midway through the second quarter of that game. And I looked at the stats of old Frank Gore. I think at that point, Frank Gore Jr. had like 6 carries for 7 yards.
Yeah, so here's Frank Gore's, just some of the stuff. Frank Gore, 49er, great. At some point, he'll be in that Ring of Honor. Scored touchdowns in 3 separate decades. Obviously, we know he's 3rd all-time in actual carries and total yards, and 1st among running backs in all-time games played, 241. Now, it looks like basically Frank Jr., the son who you referenced, he last year in a very condensed season had 708 yards and tied the National League, the entire country, in broken tackles.
Wow.
He will be an NFL player.
Wow.
I don't know if he gets drafted, but it sounds like everybody's saying he's going to have an opportunity to play. It's just interesting, man. Very interesting to see Frank Gore wanting to get back into the game. But what he has said, he's got other children and a couple boys that are playing at 2 different schools right now.
He got some other ballers.
He was saying that he is now able to hang out with his kids. So I guess him and a bunch of guys, Clinton Portis before he ended up getting in trouble, and some of the guys who are currently in the NFL were working out with his son all offseason in South Florida. And his son has been getting up at 5 a.m., 4 a.m., doing the workouts with Frank. And boxing obviously is a part of that.
Right.
Frank's totally into boxing right now.
Yep.
So
always has been a big boxing guy.
Yeah, absolutely, to stay conditioned.
Yep.
But it sounds like Frank is resigned to staying retired and being around the family.
Yeah,
so
his
I just wanted to
sons.
give you that nuggy nug.
Yeah, no, that's a good nuggy nug. His younger sons are ballers.
Yes.
Ballers. I mean, I've watched these guys run the football just on his Instagram page and watching their Instagram page. They can ball. They can run the rock. So shout out to Frank Gore Sr. and Frank Gore Jr. At Southern Mississippi. Real quick on Marlon Mack. During week 1 last year, he had to lead the game. He rushed for 26 yards. It's going to, be part of a 3-headed monster with Jonathan Taylor, Hines, and, of course, himself. He suffered a torn Achilles. Torn Achilles last season. So he was out for the year, was placed on injured reserve on September 16th, re-signed with the Colts March 23rd. So, look, there's just no carries for him in Indianapolis. Marlon Mack, coming off a torn Achilles, was not a factor last year. Got hurt in week 1. The year before, 1,000-yard season. The year before that, 908 yards and 9 touchdowns. Not a bad running back when healthy.
No, not at all. And they just need a shot in the arm.
Go ahead.
You think Elijah Mitchell plays this weekend?
They could have used him last week.
I mean, they missed his speed.
They missed his speed. It just seems more comfortable in the system.
Yeah.
Just seems more comfortable in the system. I don't know what we're going to see when it comes to the injury report. Of course, that'll get released tomorrow.
Yeah.
It does every single Wednesday. So we'll get an idea about the practice schedule. But back to the Shanahan sound about, he didn't think they were going to score there. Talked about how it took 5 plays to score from the 1-yard line right before halftime. What did you make of all that with Shanahan? It was a loaded answer.
It was a loaded answer, and I keep going back to trust and risk assessment. And I found this number to be very interesting. I think that the Niners are deep into the analytics and stuff. They're totally into the numbers, whether it's speed numbers, whether it's particular percentages on certain spots on the field. Mm-hmm. The only NFL players, and this is from Ben Meyerson, who does a lot of deep diving on this, the only NFL players to have a higher percentage of turnover-worthy plays, meaning I throw it into triple coverage and it should have been an interception. I fumble the ball, and maybe my team recovers it. Jimmy Garoppolo right now has a 4.6 percentage. The only other guys in the league who turn the ball over or give you turnover-worthy plays at a higher percentage are 5 guys. Trevor Lawrence, a rookie. Tua, who's in his second year. Davis Mills, who obviously came out of nowhere for the Texans this year. Lamar Jackson's on that list.
Mills from Stanford, of course.
Yes. And Jameis Winston. Now, Lamar Jackson makes big-time pop plays.
Right.
He's the one outlier on this where I throw him to the side. Everybody else on this list is either really inexperienced or known specifically for turning the ball over.
Jameis Winston had a 30 for 30 year.
Which goes back to Jimmy Garoppolo, because that tells me the coach doesn't trust the quarterback to not turn the ball over or put the team in a very risky situation. So when he says it took us 7 plays to score at the end of the second quarter, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
And he also has to dial up plays that are the least risky as possible because he does not trust the quarterback.
That's sad.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point. He needs to either let Jimmy just sink or swim on his own and just run the offense as best you can, or just make the move.
Oh, boy. Is it time to make the move? Something we'll get into tomorrow, because Baldy told us earlier at 7:30 this morning, Brian Baldinger said that, look, Trey needs to play more. Trey needs to play more. Really? That's interesting. What about the 4th and 1, though? Remember the 4th and 1 in the first half? Niners are down 10-0. They drive from the 4-yard line, their own 4-yard line, to midfield. And they started to get some things cooking, although there was a bunch of car crashes happening on that drive because he hit Brandon Ayuk, who got popped.
Yeah.
Deebo Samuel looked like he was about to get destroyed. Poor Deebo. And then George Kittle, he rams into 3 dudes because there's so much traffic. And the Green Bay Packer was laid out there on the field where they had to stop the game for a second, call a timeout, and get the guy off the football field. But there you have 4th and 1 at the 50-yard line. And a lot of people are thinking, go for it. Shanahan decides to take the offense off the field. They elect to punt. Play later, Green Bay gets a pass interference. Now they're cooking. They're right back around midfield, and they score a touchdown to go up 17-0. Here's what Shanahan had to say about the decision to not go for it on 4th and 1.
Yeah, definitely. That's one I regret a ton. I knew the whole time that we had two downs there. Had that play called on the 3rd and 1, and I knew I was going to the quarterback sneak you guys saw in the 3rd quarter. I knew I was going to that on 4th down. But on the 3rd and 1, I'm a little far away from it, watching from behind. And on the 3rd and 1, they yelled something on the D-line, which happens a ton, going on the first sound, and Max snapped it before our quarterback had snapped it based off the defensive call. So he was the only one who moved, and no one was quite ready, and thought we lost 1.5 yards on the play. So I definitely didn't want to call the call that I had on 4th and 2, but after looking over, Trey Sermon did a good job of getting back to the line of scrimmage, and I should have stayed with my original feeling.
Shanahan regretting not going for it on 4th and 1.
I mean, this is like one of the big egregious points in the whole game. Like, I have just as much of an issue with this as I do as the clock management at the end of the game. Like, you gotta be aggressive. And last year, when you presented the same exact situation, 4th and a long one, they threw to George Kittle and it ended up being a game flipper in the Rams game. Like, that switched all the momentum. I just don't understand. If your defense was playing well, this is the other side of the coin, which we haven't talked about. If your defense had been playing well up to that point, getting stops, play the field position game.
But they weren't playing well.
No, and they weren't getting stops, and you weren't getting any opportunities on offense to build on anything. That was like, hey, we're going to be an in-the-trenches team. We're going to run the ball down teams' throats. And then when that opportunity presents itself, you punt? Only to give up all that yardage that you punted away on one penalty?
That doesn't
It
make
was
sense.
just weak.
Yeah, it was weak. It was really, really weak there. Niners lose to the Green Bay Packers 30-28. Before we turn the page here and talk about Media Day, before we get out of here, Shasky, Brian Baldinger, who joined us at 7:30, said this about Trey Lance.
It's a real conundrum. I want to play him more. It's a real conundrum. I want to play him more. I want to see him have a bigger part. You know, he obviously can throw it. He obviously has a big arm. and he's mobile. So there's a lot of ways. And then I'm not saying Jimmy Garoppolo needs to be benched or anything like that. I believe in Jimmy. But I do think there's a way to get him more involved. And I don't know what that is. I thought I would see more, especially the last 2 weeks. I thought I would see more within the framework of the design of the offense than what I've seen in the last 2 weeks. And I thought there were opportunities, especially when the team was struggling in the first half, to get him those opportunities. But I don't know, honestly, what the answer is at this point. I know they want to run the ball better than they're running it, and he can help them do that, but he's more than that. Like, he's a threat to throw it, to move the pocket, bootlegs, all the stuff that are all a part of the fabric of this offense. Like, he can do all of those things. But I also know you got to get your quarterback into a rhythm, and he got into a rhythm. When he did, the ball, the offense jumped and it moved and they took the lead. So there's just a balance there. And I'm not so sure if you really ask Kyle without the hot lights in his face, if he knew, I'm not so sure, or John Lynch and whatever their game planning they're doing during the week, I don't know that they know right now what the right situation is.
Spaldy on Trey Lance. When are they going to unleash Trey Lance?
Who makes that decision?
It's Kyle Shanahan.
All by himself.
It's got to be Kyle Shanahan.
And they just put Jimmy as a backup.
I mean, I'm sure they're all going to converse, and John Lynch and Adam Peters and Parag Marathe and Jed York. And there's also the risk that if you do go with Trey, can you go back to Jimmy?
Why couldn't you?
I've always said you can.
You
but
do
a lot
this
of
with
people
every position. I don't get why we can't do it with quarterback.
No. Because,
I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general.
No, I hear you. Because it's always discussed that, some people believe that if you bench Jimmy, you've lost Jimmy forever.
You're going to move off Jimmy anyway. Everyone knows.
Right. I don't believe it. I mean, a lot of people are down on Jimmy. And I'm like, look, he's got to be a professional. So if you do bench Jimmy and you go back to him, Jimmy's got to be a professional. And you know what? Jimmy's been a professional the entire time. I give Jimmy credit. He's been a professional for this organization the entire time. But Trey Lance, and it feels like that time is coming. Because that performance on Sunday, when you throw the ball 40 times, there's going to be games you have to throw the ball 40 times. There's going to be football games where the running game is taken away by a team. The other team knows that Shanahan wants to run the ball 30 times, and he wants to run it down your throat. Well, guess what? The other team, they get paid, like you said, they get paid too, and they're going to shut the running game down. But can you get a quarterback who can stretch the field vertically, who can really open up space, who can make things happen with their legs? Jimmy's just not that guy.
No.
He's just not that guy. Well, and I'm not trying to say bench him right now. I'm not saying that at all. And it's not Jimmy's fault they lost that football game. He was part of the reason. Shanahan, I'll put more blame on. I'll put more blame on Shanahan for the Super Bowl loss. The defense also deserves a lot of blame here. DeMeco Ryans, who we'll get into later in the week, he's got to step up his game. And he's a first-time defensive coordinator. But what I saw from Jimmy Garoppolo on Sunday is like, can I win a big game with this guy? Can he make the throws that I need him to make in money time? Why are you getting off the slow starts? Why are you paying the fumble that he had in the fourth quarter? That was worse than Mark Sanchez's butt fumble.
Would you have been outraged one way or the other had Trey Lance started the second half?
I would not have been outraged. I would have said, I get it.
Okay. Do you think that the fan base would have understood that? Because that to me is an interesting one.
I think the fan base would have been split down the middle.
Okay. I felt like a lot of people, again, I'm just giving you what was in my section. Who knows what was going on all throughout the whole entire stadium. People were asking for it. They're like, dude, I want to see Trey Lance. And none of my tweets or anything were loading on my phone. Right. So it was kind of refreshing to just sit there and watch and like not know who was going to start the second half. And when he came jogging out, Jimmy Garoppolo, there was kind of like dude, did you feel it?
So I did, as I was eating my nachos at halftime in the press box, getting all.
Did you have jalapenos?
I did throw the jalapenos on. The jalapenos.
Little sour cream.
Fresh. Oh, of course. Come on now.
Gotta have the sour
cream. Little chili.
I love the sour cream.
I think they had the chili too. So you got chili cheese with the jalapenos and the sour cream. Come on, man. They was.
As you lick your fingers.
Oh, I had about 20 napkins.
This is not good radio. We're not going to continue on with it.
No, it's not good radio. All right. So as I'm eating my nachos and looking at Twitter at halftime, I saw a lot of people say, start Trey.
Really?
In the second half.
Now, this was by media members, fans?
Some media members.
Okay.
Some fans.
Interesting.
I didn't think, I was like, you got to stick with Jimmy.
Yeah.
But I was intrigued on what would happen in the second half with the quarterback position. And Trey only got one more snap in that game.
Well, the way they ended the half with Trey scoring on a crucial play with 0 time left on the clock.
It's a pressure-packed play.
Hell yeah. Like, that's a lot of guts. If the kid fumbles the snap, screws that up, that game's done right then and there. Right?
Over.
I mean, it was just, I didn't know what was coming. So that's why I'm asking, because I actually think people are more open to it now than at any point ever. And I know that the final drive, notwithstanding, people are kind of got their mind made up on which person that they would like to see play quarterback. I think we're making too much of it. Like, oh my God, the locker room. You know what the locker room cares about? Whoever the hell's under center is balling out and getting these playmakers the ball
and go win games.
They might have their opinions on, who helps them get the ball more often and things like that. But this thing that you're going to lose the locker room, you lose the locker room when you lose.
Yeah, I'm with you there. This is a perfect segue to get back into media day before we sign off here. We got about 7 minutes left, Shasky. But 5-1-0. I noticed Bonte pronounced taqueria correctly at the press conference yesterday. I told you I do it all the time. I just do it on the show.
Wait, you asked about taqueria yesterday?
Yeah, I said, have you been to any of the taquerias out here?
Yeah.
But who did I ask that to?
I don't know, but you said that me and Butch, we like food. And I'm like, who hell? Everyone likes food.
No. I'm like, Butch and I, we talk about food, and we love our food. We love our food. Shasky, I say we love our food, John Curley. Don't you dare co-sign with Joe Shasky.
Taco Bell. So damn good.
You know what? Your boy may have, I hope Anna's not listening, but your boy may have
sneaked in some TB.
Did some TB yesterday.
Not that TB12, that Taco Bell.
No, yeah, we were talking TB12 nutritional diet. We
got the TB12, but the Taco Bell 12 pack.
No, I didn't go that hard. I got the little.
What do you get?
So I get the Nashville hot tenders because you got the KFC and Taco Bell.
So good.
You get the KFC Taco Bell.
I love chicken tenders.
I love the merged.
I'm not here for the chicken tender slander,
dude. I'm not here for that either. But you got the KFC and Taco Bell merged together.
The best.
I love those. Six and Gary.
Which one? Oh, Gary.
So I was going to Anna's parents' house and I was driving down.
You
Gary,
knew all your spots.
I said, man, it's coming up. You know what? Let me just pull into the driveway real quick. It smashed up and down as I drive.
We got fat boy tendencies on this show. We got fat boy
tendencies. And in that Gordita Crunch, I had to get it to cheese. Oh, they go. And the worst part about Taco Bell, the employees are, what else would you like? And I'm like, why do you guys always have to say that? Well, I would like the Nachos Del Grande, but I'm not going to get it right now. I'm not going to do it.
When you pull up in the Charger, are they like, hi, Mr. Hill?
No, they don't see the Charger. They don't see the Charger. They don't see it.
You sure?
Yeah,
they don't no first name recognition?
Nah. Well, what was a problem when I was living over there in Richmond? It was a problem when I would go to Taco Bell. I'm like, thanks, Tay. Like, they knew my name without me giving them their. I was like, this is a problem. I'm going to hear way. When they start knowing your name, it's like, all right, this is a problem.
Yeah, when I started getting a head nod when I pulled up to the window after ordering, it's like, all right, I probably should stop this.
I need a couple months off, man.
Is the head nod, my favorite about the head nod is, I know you know me, but we don't know each other's name.
Yeah.
But I'm going to give you the unofficial head nod.
I'm going to give you the unofficial head nod.
I love the unofficial head nod.
I know you're not supposed to be here, but I got you, brother. I got you back. It is the great.
Who did you ask the burrito question to yesterday?
I forget.
Was it Moody?
Maybe. I forget. I don't know. We were having fun yesterday at Media Day. We were trying to loosen things up.
Yeah, what was your big takeaway from Media Day yesterday?
Well, obviously, it's the Andrew Wiggins stuff.
Why don't you play some of the stuff?
The Andrew Wiggins stuff. I mean, look, we could talk about our story, meeting Steph, saying what's up with Steph. Steph may have said I was the hardest working man in sports business. He may have said that. He may
take all that personally.
Yeah, I did take that personally.
He did.
I did take it. I played it all smooth though yesterday. I was asking like it was nothing.
Well, I mean, you did, and I was impressed. I'm not going to lie. I was impressed. I was getting a lot of rub off, too. You just stand around people in their orbit, and the next thing you know, gravity. Like Steph's gravity.
Baby.
Shots were just coming to me.
Shots was coming, baby. Hey.
Played it smooth until you just mentioned it on the radio casually at 9:50.
Yeah, I mean, you got to flex sometimes.
Yeah.
You got to flex. That's what we do on the
Bonte's
morning
the
roast.
solar system, and I'm one of the stars in them.
That's not true, man. Don't do that. We got to stop. We got to get back to being self-deprecating. Dude. We were flexing hard, but Andrew Wiggins, he was the star. He was unfortunately the star of the show yesterday because of what's going on with the vaccine, and we know about San Francisco's ordinance coming into play October 13th, where you got to be vaccinated to play at Chase Center. But here's what Andrew Wiggins said about the vaccine situation.
It's not uncomfortable. I'm confident in my beliefs and what I think is right, what I think is wrong, and I'm just gonna keep doing what I believe. Whether it's one thing or another, just gonna keep doing it.
That's why he tried to explain it, and he basically explained why he doesn't have to explain anything.
Andrew, you seem pretty convinced. What's the reason for not just explaining what you believe?
It's just none of your business. That's what it comes down to. I don't ask you guys about your beliefs. I don't ask you guys what you think is right or wrong. We're different people. It'd be like parenting. Like, some people shed their beliefs onto their children. Some people let their children to grow up and believe what they want to believe. Who are you guys where I have to explain what I believe? What's right or what's wrong? In my mind, we're two totally different people. What you think is not what I think. What I think is not what you think.
He's right in that response. Conceptually, what he's saying there, he's right. The difference is that San Francisco right now has mandated that anybody who is inside Chase Center has to be vaccinated. Yep. So the people that are asking that question have all basically been vaccinated, and he doesn't want to be. And look, it's his personal choice. I've learned through the pandemic, I've talked about this at lengths, like, I can only control me and what's going on in my house. And that's all I can really control. I have no idea who's doing what at the supermarket, who's doing what at the street. I was at Levi Stadium. There were 70,000 people. If somebody sat next to me and wanted to wear a mask, that's their right. If they don't want to, that's their right too. I can remove myself from situations that I feel uncomfortable. The part where this makes it tricky is that to be an NBA player playing in San Francisco for the Warriors, the way the rules are set up, and I don't make these rules, the city and the county and the state have made up certain rules depending on where you're living. The rule is you got to get vaccinated. Now, I do believe that the rule doesn't make a lot of sense for visiting players to be able to come in and play, but not home players. Like, we can argue about that till we're blue in the face. It's a public issue because you're a public person. I know he wants to make it private. It involves so many older people in that organization, on that team. It's making it very difficult. He's entitled to do whatever he wants, though. I can't tell him what to do.
No, you can't. And look, we're not crushing Andrew Wiggins for his decision. That's I'm not even touching that. It's his decision. There's going to be consequences if he doesn't get the vaccine. It's just what it is. Money's going to be lost, games are going to be missed, and it's going to affect the Golden State Warriors in trying to get back into the NBA playoffs. He's a key part of this team. He's a guy who became two-way Wiggs last season, and Warrior fans started to love this guy. You know what I'm saying? After his reputation was shot. His reputation was in the dumps during his tenure with the Minnesota Timberwolves, especially after what Jimmy Butler did up there at a practice. This is a tough one. You're putting a lot of people, Steph Curry's thinking, man, this is going to put us in a tough spot. We'll adjust, but it's a tough situation. So we're not going to slander Andrew Wiggins. That's not what we're going to do. It's a tricky situation that we've been kind of hesitant to talk about because until he actually misses a game, I think that's when his story gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But to hear him yesterday at Media Day, and I'm sure Steiny, Guru, and Dibs will discuss this even more, this is serious stuff now.
Well, I think our society as a whole is very divisive. This particular topic is very divisive. We've barely talked about it, and I got 17 different Instagram messages in both directions, back and forth. People that I love, care, people I barely know. Everyone has a strong opinion one way or the other, and how you feel, and to rip from Gary, is how you feel. I'm not going to change what you corely believe, and I don't expect you to believe all the things that I believe, and I'm not going to shame you for feeling the way you feel. You're just making it more difficult on yourself and everyone around you because of what the rules are in place, whether I agree with them or not. And full disclosure, I'm vaccinated. Because why? I deem that to be the best for me and my family, and I want to be able to enjoy things in my life. And it's a lot easier for me to hang out with my grandfather and to feel safe and for me to do things around San Francisco. But I don't expect Wiggins to believe what I believe.
And I'll say the same thing. I was hesitant on getting the shot. I was very hesitant on getting the shot. But it's just easier to navigate in today's society.
It is.
With the freaking shot. So it is what it is. We'll talk more about it tomorrow.
And I want that layer of security, knowing that this will dramatically reduce my chances of being on a ventilator. This is not a cure.
No doubt.
This is not going to keep me from getting COVID, but it's going to reduce the opportunity for me to be put on a ventilator. That's something that I'm willing to do. It's like, for me, it's the equivalent of putting on a seatbelt.
Right. Yep. No doubt about it. Hey, that's it for us. Thanks to the callers. Thanks to the listeners. Thanks to everybody on YouTube. Twitch brought to you by Xfinity. Midday show coming up here on 95.7 The Game.
We love hearing from passionate fans.
Well, let me remind you, 4